This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for joining us on our sunset safari at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sand, South Africa. I hope everybody had enjoyed Penguin Beach. I'm sure that everybody was looking in anticipation for them to find old Stanley, that amazing little character. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera we have got, once again, the Eagle Eye Craig. Well, welcome everybody to the Sunset Drive here, and it is a lovely, lovely day, very, very warm, and of course quite a bit of a gust, which is just a little bit pleasant for us. But I hope everybody did enjoy Penguin Beach. There was a nice conversation about the penguin shelters and how difficult it is for penguins to build nests. Very, very interesting. And of course there is a couple that's busy incubating 2 eggs. I'm really looking forward to seeing those little penguins hatching in April. Well, hopefully everybody had a fantastic day watching Penguin Beach. Well, here in the Sabi Sands, of course, myself here on Rusty, Kelly is on Wendy, and of course back there in Pridelands we've got JP, and hopefully everybody can send some beautiful questions, comments, and even suggestions. Please go and tag us on Wild Earth or hashtag Wild Earth, or join us on the webpage at wildearth.tv/channels, and make sure you do register with us so you can ask any questions or comments. And of course, anybody under the age of 18 years old, please pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please keep those comments, questions, and suggestions coming to us, so it keeps us on our toes. As you know, it is live and interactive here on Wild Earth. As you see, beautiful impalas. Also just enjoying their afternoon in the shade. Not much activity due to the little bit of heat, but it's beautiful. Brenda, good afternoon. Thank you for the comment this afternoon, and welcome to Wild Earth, to our sunset.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am still in the process of finding an appropriate tracking stick. I have come to Sandy Patch, where we had our buffalo this morning, and I am going to try and find us all some lions. It's not going well so far. I don't even have a tracking stick, but I'm in the process of creating one. This wind makes tracking more difficult. I was just showing the fantastic Odie, who's with me on camera this afternoon, these buffalo tracks. No, I don't like that one. These buffalo tracks here, and I know these buffalo were here because I was here with them. But because of the wind, these tracks are very indistinct now. See, this is why I need a tracking stick. So there's some buffalo tracks, and if you look at my footprint compared to that buffalo track, the outer edges are very, very clear. But this wind makes it much more difficult to track, in my opinion. So, I have been out of the car for a little while, wandering around, trying to work out if there have been any lions following these buffalo. I was hoping not to have to do this the hard way. The hard way is to go back to the cut lines and work our way in. Someone did say they saw lion tracks here this morning, one of the other vehicles, but I can't see them as yet. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to have a wander around here, and then at least we will know the lions are definitely in. But until I see them for myself, if I can't find them in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go back to the cut lines and work my way in. It is very windy this afternoon. It's actually a really nice breeze we've got blowing here. And I do need to find a tracking stick. I can't start unless I've got a tracking stick. While I find a tracking stick, I'm going to send you over to Cedric and see if he's got any further than me.
Yeah, well, tracking stick, I think, sorry, I think I'll have to look for a tracking stick myself. But I know this morning, I think Kelly said not too late after this late morning, they saw tortoise band on Fuyatilla axis in one of the trees, but he did come down. So I'm going to be looking out to see if I can maybe track him down and see if I can find him around towards Fuyatilla axis again. I'm on Impala Plains now. I'm just thinking, I just thought of coming down here. Maybe he did come to this area because he does come quite a bit in this this direction. Head back to Zoe's and go with Zoe's. I'm going to head back towards Fuyatilla axis and see if we can, see if we are lucky with that tortoise pan. But I'm really hoping Kelly can get a nice lion track or two there so she can get that stick working. It'll be fantastic. A little wand. Ding! I think I should get my little. I think I should get a wand as well. Oh, I'll have to look out for one. But it is that special stick that you can get. Oh, there it is. Oops, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, he came all the way down here. I think if Craig... Sorry, just want to quickly jump and just double check on this. Just make sure he's not, yeah. But it is, because remember, because it's windy today, you'll find that there's a... It doesn't look too fresh, but it is on top of all the vehicle tracks from this morning. As you can see there, heading that side on top of every vehicle track around here. So, okay, so that's a good start for us. It just shows you, found him this morning on Fuyatilla axis, coming all the way down here. Just shows you during the daytime how they're still active. Leopards is not really a strictly nocturnal animal. Because they are solitary, they really need to get moving as well during the daytime, very opportunistic. If they stay at one spot too long, they could be losing a territory or maybe not getting the right time to feed. But yeah, this is definitely on top of all the vehicle tracks. I'm going to take a look where he went. Good thing he did not cross over to west, because that's so far. Oh, let's hold thumbs. Come on, we can find you. Just want to double check. He's going to go this side. It'll be a perfect scenario if he's lying in a tree for me, just there. It'll be like, thank you. Please do that for me. Please do that for me. Okay, let's take a look here. Yeah, still heading that side. Still on the one side, yeah. How far did he go? Now, of course, unfortunately, as I said, with the wind, it does sometimes make a track look a little bit old, but then you have to look at what is it on top of and all that. So you have to try and work it up a little bit, but this is definitely from today.
I am currently behind the camera. I have a tracking stick, but I'm now seeing if we can find any sign of lion tracks. Which I haven't yet. I'm just having a good check around here. I think we're going to have to do this the hard way and start from the beginning. I've got a stick though. Alrighty. Let me move my radio. And we shall continue. I think we're going to have to go back to let's take Sandy Patch across towards Sydney's. We could try and pile them. I'm torn. I don't know whether or not to go all the way back to the cut line or just take a chance and see if any lines move. No, let's do it the hard way. Gonna have to go back to the cut line. Very, very slowly.
Welcome back. We just found the male leopard. I don't know if it's tortoise span. I just had a brief visual. Take a look. Sorry about this, guys. I just want to try and see if I can get a visual on him again. I don't want to go too close to him because then it's going to scare him off. There he goes. Yo, it's difficult. Let's go this side. Sorry, I'm just going to try and figure out which way we're going to try and get here. Just to try and get this leopard again. Unfortunately, he's not he's not too relaxed at the moment. But he's just moving. He's just moving there now. Okay, I'm going to see if I can just... As I said, I don't want to push him too much. I'll just see if I can get a little bit in front here. Just in case it's too far. So, sorry guys, just watch out. Oh, I hit my whole earpiece out here. Okay, you should be going to the tree side. I'm just going to go a little bit more forward. It was very difficult to get exactly where it was there. Alright. So I'm going to stop just here. We've got a nice visual on this side. Hey folks, I'm just going to stop here quickly. We did have a visual on that male leopard now. He did come, he's pretty much coming directly towards where we are now. So just, I want to make sure that we're not going to miss him because, yeah, it looks like he got up and he started just move like kind of just like disappearing away. He didn't want us to really be too close. So I don't know if it's now Molawati or tortoise span. I couldn't say there because it was very much a brief visual. There he comes, there he goes, there he goes. He's going to come in front of us. He's going to come in front of us. Brandy, yeah, maybe if they get pushed out by younger males, especially if the male gets too old and get pushed out by younger males. So I just want to not make too much noise because it is a little bit on the scared side. But yeah, they'll get pushed out by younger males, if it's old male, or if it's even the females itself, that'll get pushed out. But also younger males as well. If they're too young, big males like this guy here now, here he comes through. So I'll take a look. Sorry, Brandy, yeah. It is there. Many times it does happen, but if they are in their prime, it's very difficult to push them out unless it is a bigger, more muscular male, or if it's a female. And it's I just want to see, he's going to come out on that little open clearing. Just want to make sure. I don't want to push him too much, so we can at least get a little bit more relaxed with us. Oh, he's gone far. He's gone way far now. All right, just stick with us, everybody. Just stick with us. I just want to see if I can stick with him, but as I said, I'm not going to go right on top of him. I'm just going to try and keep a visual, hopefully keep a visual on him for a bit. So at least we don't lose him too far. You should know, there he goes there. He's still going that side. Sorry, I'm just trying to maneuver around here. He is scent marking quite a bit, so it is, oh, there he comes out. He's looking like more relaxed now. Looks like it might be tortoise span, eh? I just want to see if I can get I'm going to try and get in front here. We can look. Just bear with me, everybody. Sorry, Craig. You're right there. There he is, just there. Sorry about that, Craig. All right, we got him there again. He's just sitting in the shade. So I'm not, as I said, I'm just keeping a little bit onto the western side of him. I think he's going to come out nicely in a little open clearing in front of us. And I'll see, I've got a little bit of an issue to get around. Yeah, no, I think it's tortoise pan. It is his territory. It did come all the way. And he's a little bit more relaxed now. Big boy, eh? Wow. Okay. All right, let's see if we have to work a little bit further around him, a little bit further west of him. As I said, I'm not going to put too much on him. I'm not going to put too much pressure on him there. There. Lovely. Excellent. So nice to have a nice male like this. Of course, you can just see almost midday and he's still moving quite a bit. He has become more relaxed, I think. He's more relaxed with the vehicle, which is fantastic. He's doing more and more relaxed now. He's moving a little bit further into that side. Right. All right, I'm going to try and see if I can get a little bit further ahead of him before I stop. I'd rather get a nice view of him. And then I'm going to try and go a little bit into more of an area where we can go, yeah? Sorry, Craig, just hold on there. I think now we're a bit behind now. I just want to see, where did he go? 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 Double check. I think he might still be here on this side. I don't want to go too far because it's very open here to really, not really open, but we won't just lose him just that easily. Sorry. Ali, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us on our sunset safari. Yes, it is very impressive. It's the first time I've seen tortoise span, and I'm so happy to see him. He is a real beast. He is really pretty. And He just stopped there. I think maybe, I might just, it's amazing how quickly it does disappear. But I don't want to move too quickly now because we would have definitely seen him come out here in this open clearing. And of course we do have Eagle Eye Craig with us, so there's no ways that he will get away from us. Oh, I hope not. I think let's quickly go back to where last time. I think I just want to go in like this. Yeah. So I want to make sure he's not going to come out from behind us. I think he would have taken that route. I'm just trying to see if I can get through, yeah. Last was just, yeah. Just want to double check, yeah, quickly. Let's see when you can lie down. I know this move away. Ketla, good afternoon. How much land with a leopard sand mark? Well, they've got a very large territory, so his territory, he would mark as many bushes as he can. Oh, God. Sorry, I might have. Sorry, Cat Love. I'm just trying to get through here. So it's not. But yeah, he'll try and move. He'll try and mark as much as he can in the area where he's walking, and especially if it is his territory. And the more he does it, the better it is for other leopards knowing that he is a territorial male. Sorry, I'm just going to come in here quickly. The last we saw him was here. Yo, he definitely gave us a slip here, Craig. Okay, what we're going to do, try and get back to the road. It's not too far from us. And all right, well, we try and continue trying searching it. We're going to see if we can pick up on this male somewhere.
I am still trying to get started on some lion tracks. I think this wind is going to be difficult. I would guess that maybe lions moved this morning when it was cool, and while it's nowhere near as hot as it was yesterday or the day before, it's still pretty warm. So I'm going to guess that if there are lions in, they came in and they've laid down somewhere, but because of this wind, I think I'm going to struggle to find tracks. So I'm on my way to Sydney's Dam, or that cut line by Sydney's Dam. And we'll try and go from the beginning. I would love to know if Cedric's found those buffalo, or maybe worked out which way they've left, if they had left. Try and use my lion chi
Welcome back. We're just trying to get out of this block at the moment. We were following tortoise pan, the male leopard, but he gave us a slip, so I wasn't going to go and crash through further after him. So now all of a sudden I'm just trying to see if we can make our way to the road and maybe kind of intercept him further down towards Rebecca Zoe's junction. And there's so many holes here. I feel Craig is taking a little bit of a pounding at the back seat there. So I'm just going to try and just do it a little bit more smoother, but there's no smoothness here in the bush at the moment. Yeah, okay, we can put that through there. It's no problem. Let's see if we can. We're almost at a road. Well, I'm hoping we're almost at a road. I was just trying to figure out the road should be right in, should not be too far from us here. And if we can just get that side. Okay, there's a nice little gap. Sorry about that, but anyway, well, that's fantastic. I'm so happy to see tortoise pan. But he is a little bit of a sly leopard. He really kind of, he didn't want us to hang around there for too long. And then he decided to move on. And I think he changed direction there while we were waiting. And I was just hoping he was going to keep the same direction. But unfortunately, he did not do that. Amy, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your comment. Thanks for joining us on a sunset safari. Yes, it's always, it's a road. Sorry, I just got excited about the road there. Yes, it's very, very excited. Always the rush, and I'm trying to find these cats. Oh. All right, we're all alive. And yeah, it's always nice. There's a big rush and all that, especially when you're successful. Like this afternoon now, all of a sudden, heard about tortoise pan and we found those tracks, felt it was very fresh, moved, and yeah, we got him. But I'm heading now towards that big ivory tree that's on Rebecca Junction. Zoe's, he's heading into that direction. So I think we need to just move a little bit because he is on a mission. I just want to see if I can intercept him here somewhere before he crosses. The way he's going to cross into Hoffman's, over Gowrie Main into Hoffman area. And yeah, so I just want to see if we can quickly find him this way. I just have to look carefully. And I did have, I'm sure, a female leopard tracks as well yesterday in this area. I'm sure it was also for Shadulu, so no guarantee, but this is Shadulu's territory. And she does like hanging around on this road as well and using this as the furthest eastern boundary of their territory. And I think for tortoise pan as well, it looks like it must be his furthest eastern boundary as well, around Zoe's and Philemon's Cutline Junction. Okay, well, we're just gonna. I'm going to head on to that open clearing. The best is to there, because it's going to come in. If he comes, he'll come onto an open clearing, hopefully for us. And hopefully we can get a visual on him. Just going to take a look carefully here. Maybe he's coming through that side. Maybe even, I think he might even have gone onto Zoe's. While we continue trying to relocate on tortoise pan male leopard, let's head to Pridelands with JP to say good afternoon and see if he's also going to be on a tracking mission this afternoon.
Welcome to Eco Training Pridelands, and while Cedric is about looking for his leopard, we were following up from our lioness from this morning. Unfortunately, so far, no luck in actually locating her. It seems as if she might actually have moved off, or might be still present in that very thick drainage line, which makes it impossible for us to locate her at the moment. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. So what our plan is to come back a little bit later into this area and come and see if we can work for blocks again, to see if there's any tracks, or if she's becoming a little bit more active when it does become a little bit cooler. One of the things that we have noticed over the last few days is that we're doing a few less walks, and unfortunately we've noticed that the wind has now started picking up, which is typical of the months of April and August. And we find that these winds sometimes make it incredibly difficult for walking, as that you can't animals can't actually hear you, and neither can they smell you when you are walking through the area. And therefore, out of a safety perspective, we just decide to stick a little bit more to the vehicle. I do hope that it's going to cool down a little bit and we have a few more windless mornings, as I would love to fit in a few walks. But in the afternoons, at the moment, it's so warm and the temperatures are roughly some 32 degrees Celsius. So therefore, it makes perfect sense rather to use your vehicle as a hide and to use the areas such as dams. And as we drive, places that we generally check is in the shaded spots. There's very few animals that do venture out in the full sun under these conditions, with the exception of giraffe, elephants, and some warthogs. They seem to not really mind this high temperatures at all. Well, we're going to continue and go and see what else we can go and find. But for now, let's go and see if Kelly is caught up with a lion.
Good luck, JP. I hope you have a better start than I've had. I have changed my stick. This is a little whippersnapper of a stick. The other one was a little bit too big. And it's, if I see something, I can just lean out and circle these tracks. But for now, I think this wind is going to be our undoing. Because if there was lions moving here this morning, this wind is going to have... Ooh, what's that? This wind is going to have partially obliterated these tracks. Let me circle this and I'll back up and I will show you what I'm looking at. This is what the tracking stick is for. I'm not entirely convinced this is a lion track, but I'm going to reverse and try and show you. You get that, Odie? Oh, it's behind my head. Okay, let me move a bit. It's a something. Hold on. Actually, let me get out. Now, this is what I'm... Oh, no, this is leopard, I think. I've got leopard this side. But this is just a splodge. I can see there's something here which looks like 4 toes to me, but because of the wind I can't, I mean that size is too small for a lion, but this is what I'm trying to work with, is just a something. Even these buffalo tracks from this morning are quite difficult to see. I don't think this is lion. No. Let's cross that out. Nick, what risks could I face from being away from the vehicle? As long as you're careful. I mean, we do, as JP does, we do bushwalks. One of the things you do need to be wary of, though, if you're tracking like this, if you're on a bushwalk, if I'm walking with guests, then you're completely switched on to everything that's going on around you, and you have to listen to sights, sounds, smells. But I think it was Steve. He was tracking lions exactly like I'm doing, and it gives you a full sense of security. If you're really close to the vehicle, you're messing about with tracks and all the rest of it. There's still stuff here. But you just need to be aware of obviously dangerous game. And also, in the summer, things like ticks. You can get covered in ticks off the vehicle, snakes, all sorts of things. And that can be, when you're wandering around tracking, it can almost give you a false sense of security. If we're walking in the bush, you know, on a long bushwalk, then it's a very different zone that you're in. But you do need to be a bit careful, a little bit mindful if you're, you know, and you wander away from the car and you're looking down and that sort of thing. But we are trained, but you are right, Nick, we do still need to be very aware of our surroundings. Well, I'm gonna go back onto the access road. I think I'm gonna have one more check around Sandy Patch. Someone did say they saw lion tracks around Sandy Patch this morning. I'm of the ilk that if I don't see them, then, you know, I don't know where to start. I'm going to have one more check around Sandy Patch, I think, and then maybe also drive down Impala Road, try and work out where these buffalo have gone, and we'll take it from there.
Welcome back. I'm still here on Zoe, still doing a little bit of a scan and a search for tortoise pan, a male leopard. That gave us a little bit of a... Oh, something ran across there. I was going to go look there. Sorry, I just saw something right there. I'm not too sure what it was. Let's double check. I just want to see if he's still around or if we can just relocate on him. But I think he's definitely gave us the slip. Now it's a couple of birds that's flying across here. It's nothing, sorry, it's nothing major. Let's turn around here. I'm going to go back around towards that Ivory, maybe towards Mukwa Road. That's just east of, west of us. I think we take a look at that road and see if he hasn't, maybe, because he was in the block, in the middle of the block. I thought he was going to come out on Zoe's, but it doesn't seem like it. He might still be inside. Let's see. Let's take a look. The search continues. The search continues. Come on, my boy. Where are you? Where are you? I'm not going to give up on this, because he is here, so we know that. But where, that's another story. Unless he pulled a quick one and he went behind us. I think I'm going to change my tactics or captics. I'm gonna do one more swing past Sandy Patch and then go back down Voyatella Access, and I'm gonna drive up the power lines. It's where we found those buffalo this morning, on the power lines, close to Impala Plains. As much, that these buffalo came and looped through the sort of northeastern section of Djuma and went back out again, back
back across Triple M. So if those lions were following those buffalo, there is a chance they have also gone. So I'm going to go down Voyatella access, I'm going to check the power lines, come back up, and then if we've had no luck I might call it quits on these kitty cats. There was rumours of African wild dogs somewhere. There wasn't any visual of the animals this morning, but someone did say something about some tracks on one of the properties south of us. So maybe I'll shoot down south once I've given up here. Not given up, but I think there's, if those buffalo have moved out, if they'd settled down on Djuma for the day, I would say I would be more optimistic about these lions also have settled down on Djuma. But from what I've seen of all of the cats here, they will quite happily walk in the heat of the day. And if they are trailing these buffalo, they will continue to trail these buffalo. So, I'm gonna do one more circuit, I think. I would love to find some lions this afternoon, but as I keep saying, half the battle is knowing if they're on the property. Very, very nice that Cedric found Tortoise Pan. I actually bumped into him just after drive had finished this morning. He was chilling in a tree there. So fabulous that Cedric has managed to catch up with him again. Let's see if he's had any more luck.
Yes, I'm hoping that Kelly will just continue on that. Hopefully I'll get some nice fresh line tracks. But at the moment, I haven't seen anything fresher from Tortoise Pan after we lost him there in the block. So what I'm doing, I'm going to do Gowrie Main and then Triple M North, because he is, of course, he always saying that's his territories. Everything pretty much west from here towards Arathusa and that side. So if he did come on from Zoe's Mukwa side, if he did give us a slip and went behind us, I think he'll end up, hopefully we can pick up on some tracks, or even himself goes around here. But we'll just take a look, and I'm just holding thumbs. We have to always it's all to do with patience and perseverance, I believe. I mean, of course, you're not all the time successful, but it's always just you try your best, and you know, when you are successful and finding whatever you're looking for, it is a nice, a good feeling that you do get successful. I've had a couple of unsuccessful ones in the last day or two. So I'm very happy that I actually found Tortoise Pan this afternoon. Definitely, it just makes me feel back to normal again. Because, you know, sometimes I can be hard on myself if I'm tracking something and I don't find something. I can be hard on myself. Just say if I'm not successful. Unfortunately, that's just the way I am. But yeah, I'm happy about this afternoon. I'm happy at least we got him, and at least I know, and I've got to see him for once. So he is absolutely a beautiful male. Really, really a beautiful male. Yeah, he came out, yeah. Oh my word. Looks like it. Just want to double check. Maybe. No, sorry. No. Anyway, let's head back to JP, and see if we can find some leopard scat for you guys in Pridelands.
A feather of a guinea fowl that I have over here, and a big pile of elephant dung. And then right over here, on the base of the ground, we also got a dropping from a guinea fowl. Quite often they will have two toned droppings, and this color is typical of it when it feeds a large amount of grains. However, they make a little black blob which looks like a black paste when they've been feeding on ticks as well as ants. To come back to the feather, I'm just going to quickly show you the guinea fowl feather over here. And here you'll notice the dark greyish black coloration of the guinea fowl as well as the white spots. And then right over here, at the base of the feather, one of the things I always look for is if a feather fell out naturally, as when the bird would have been dust bathing, which it was very likely doing, or was a feather pulled out by an avian or mammalian predator. And if it's done by a mammalian predator, this will be broken at the tip, like if it was being clipped by a toenail clipper. But if you see that there is tears along the length of the base of the feather or vein of the feather, then we know that that was done by a bird of prey. In this case, I suspect that it was just lost during dust bathing. With little white dots, there's a number of different interesting stories in a number of different cultures. One of them resembles tears from a sister who lost their brother, and an interesting little family plot, which I'm not going to go too much in, but the East African cultural story is the one that really catches my eye. As cattle also forms a very important part in Africa, and especially it is seen as wealth when it comes to African people. And we often see that in the past it was a method of trading right throughout Africa. And even today, cattle are still being used for paying for dowry. Coming back to the story of the cattle and the guinea fowl and the cattle used to wander together in the field. And the guinea fowl used to take good care of the cow. And at some point, the cow actually felt very sad for the guinea fowl as he had very little ways of protecting himself, and then decided to sprinkle him with milk and provide him with these white little flecks to make him a little harder to spot. When it comes to the dung right over here, that's a different story. I'm just going to put our guinea fowl feather down there. This is from an elephant that has been coming through here this morning. And when we start breaking it up, it's actually amazing how quickly this warm, dry wind has actually dried it out. And here you can see it's still moist on the inside. And at the bottom, we can already see that there was some, looks like termites already tried to feed on it at the bottom of it. I'm just going to put that back together. And then there's a little bit of a drier piece right over here. If I'm just going to break that open, you can see there's leaves inside here. There's a big leaf which has been partially digested. As most of you probably now know, elephants have got a fairly poor digestive system, and most parts of a plant just goes right through it, but they've got a fast system which puts nutrients through it very quickly, and they only absorb some 40%. But because it passes through so quickly, that's how they get their food and the nutrients, apologies, out of their food. There's a number of practical functions for this. What you can do is you can actually burn this, and you can use it for deterring mosquitoes. You can also burn it and actually use it for actually clearing up a chest which is congested and nasal passage which is congested. I love burning it because I really love the aroma. Beautiful. And one wouldn't expect that dung can smell so good when it's actually burning. But there's a lot of aromatic little shrubs and things also which elephants will eat, and that's probably what contributes to all those beautiful aromas inside there. Some of the things that they would also do with this, when they had made fire by means of friction, when you use a base plate and a friction stick, is that they will put the coal in the inside of the elephant dung to transport it, that they don't have to go through all that energy of making a new fire by using a friction stick as well as a base plate, which also would have taken a lot of time. So if you are camping out next time, take some elephant dung, put it next to the fire, burn it, and it definitely helps to keep the mosquitoes away. So we're going to move on and let's go and see what Kelly is doing. And I need to put my elephant dung out before we burn down Pridelands, and I'll definitely won't be the flavour of the month.
I can certainly try and find you some elephant dung, JP. You like the smell when it's burning. Horses for courses. I do know that traditionally it is used if you've got a cough, believed to be successful because elephants have such a varied diet, and they will feed on lots of different leaves and herbs and all sorts of mixtures of vegetation. And when you burn that smoke, it's supposed to loosen the chest. I'm not sure. I would say I'm a huge fan of the smell, but I can definitely believe it keeps mosquitoes away. We can definitely have a look for some elephant dung for you, JP. I am driving down the power lines and I have not seen a lion track. So I think I'm going to carry on down towards the south of the property. I know Cedric was following up for a while this morning on some young male leopard tracks. Oh, hello. So the buffalo have gone back, have they? I don't think they have. I think they're very much still here. Someone said they had tracks crossing out of the property. But this is very much a buffalo. I'm sorry guys. Relax. I'm just going to back off. I don't want them to stand up. I totally didn't see those there. I'm just going to give them a bit of space, Odie. How can I miss a massive pile of buffalo? That's embarrassing. Have you got a view through here? I just want to give them a bit more room. Oh, there's the whole herd have gone to sleep. Okay, this changes everything. You just witnessed exactly how we work here. Have you got this female here, Odie? Cool. You've just witnessed how safaris work. You've just witnessed firsthand how my plans have just completely changed in a second. When I first moved here, I used to work a lot with spreadsheets and processes and things, and A plus B equaled C in my world. And now I've got numbers and letters and everything all mingled in together, and I was just about to leave the area because I believed these buffalo had left, and therefore the lions would have left. But if the buffalo are here and they have been followed by lions, then there could be lions here as well. So they have gone to sleep on this property for the day, as I anticipated or hoped. And there's a big herd here. I was driving down these power lines just to check and see if this was the case, and I was right. Which is excellent news. These there's a couple crossing the road idea. I'm just going to pull forward. This herd's got young animals here, and they're snoozing. Cindy, when they're young, it's to be honest, people often neglect to say if they're young, I'll check their genitalia. The boys have that penile sheath under their tummy, and the females don't. When they get bigger, the males develop a huge big boss. So this female we're looking at now, these are both females. Or is this a young male in front? This might even be a young male that's chewing. Oh, there's a big male crossing the road there. There's going to be a few wandering across there now. He's just crossed. So this... Oh, is that boy bits? I can't quite see. When they're adult, it's very easy to tell. The males have a huge, big, horny keratin boss on the front of their foreheads, and the females don't. Their horns are much thinner, so this, I think, is a female. I'm going to go. It's still quite furry. There is a chance it could be a young male, but I think this is a female. Or it could be a younger male. Just if I could see his bits, I'd be able to tell you. Oh, look at that oxpecker on there. Oxpeckers are happy on males or females. often a really good indicator here in the bush is these oxpeckers. And if we hear or see these oxpeckers, then it often means there is a big mammal somewhere close by. This whole herd is through here. I can hear them crunching through the bushes. Okay, well, this changes my entire afternoon. They're resting in the shade here. As I said this morning, buffalo will often move when it's cool and then rest in the heat of the day, and then when it cools down they might start moving again, feeding. Oh, there's some potential buffalo amorousness, that's not a word, amorousness going on back there as well. Okay, well, I'm going to sit here and have a think. And I'm sure some of these buffalo are going to start crossing the road soon. So I'm going to wait here and see what these buffalo plan to do.
At the moment I'm looking at an area which has been delved up in the mud, and this has been done by both warthog as well as elephant, as I can find both of these species tracks in the area. And both of these love indulging in mud bathing, and the reason is to simply cool themselves down. As I also took a notice over here, we saw our elephant that was actually coming in from mud bath, walked up this area, and you'll often see that around the footprint it will actually create a rim of mud. And when we do look at the mud, we can actually look at how wet it is and how much moisture it has lost. And on a day like today, where the temperatures are 33 degrees Celsius and we've got high wind speed combined with high humidity, we're also going to find that this mud is going to dry out very, very quickly. But it can also assist us in determining how long ago this elephant has come through here. And I reckon this elephant has probably gone through here in the last hour or so. Here we can see where the tracks are actually leading up the embankment. And from here they continue, and you can see more mud that has been dropped down on the ground. So one of the other things that we also will look for as we walk through this area is mud that has been deposited onto the sides of branches. And that will often help us to also indicate which species it is. Because if it's fairly low down, that will be a warthog. And if it's up to this height, roughly up 1.5 meters, then it's generally buffalo. 1.7 meters in height, that will generally indicate towards rhinos. And as we continue, I can still see the faint footprints over here. And above 1.7 meters, that is obviously elephant. Our elephant went from here, continued right through this area, and entered this thick area over here. And as I look up into the branches of this Tamboti, we can actually see some of the fine mud that is being dried out on the tip of the leaf. As it's a fairly thick area, I'm not going to continue walking into this area, as that it can lead to an unpredictable situation, as that we can't determine what is going on in that thick vegetation.
I am still sitting on the power lines recalibrating. It looks like these buffalo are starting to make their way back towards Vierteller access. They have, as I anticipated, come into this thicket to snooze for the day. Sometimes they'll also snooze at night time, but there's a couple of very small calves I've seen in here. These oxpeckers often in and around these buffalo. These buffalo can carry up to 8,000 ticks. And it's a vicious cycle. These ticks on these animals make the animals weak. The animals are less likely to be resilient to the ticks. More ticks will gather. The ticks will make the animals weaker, etc. They're definitely starting to come across the road here now. And I'm really pleased that all these animals haven't stood up because of me. They're here resting. There is one that's definitely giving us the eye. And people can often become complacent with buffalo. You know, they're big African cows, they moo. And we know that these single males can be, this is the one that's giving me the eye in here. We know that when they're on their own, those big old males can be a bit cantankerous. But also, as we were saying this morning, these herds can be very protective of each other, very protective of their little ones. So this here is definitely a female. Thin horns, no big solid piece in between those horns. James, buffaloes will, they live in these big groups, they're highly sociable, and there will normally be a selection of big bulls in this group, and they will just sort of intermingle, really. There's not, they do say that often there will be like one main leader bull in a buffalo herd, but there's often several, depending on how big the herd is. I mean, there can be 10, 12, 14 big bulls in here. Oh, there's a tiny calf crossing the road. That is a brand new buffalo calf. A leopard would easily be able to take that calf out if... Oh, there's another one. Oh, and another one. There's some teeny tinies in here. Look at this little cupcake. So yeah, sorry, I got distracted from that question then. There'll just be big males in here that will know when the females come into estrus and they will mate. Really, it's not really a strict. They're certainly not monogamous. See, there is a bit of dominance discussions going on around at the back here. They're mostly seasonal. Sorry, I didn't quite hear something what buffalo calves are born with. I didn't quite get that question. Just repeat for me. I'm really sorry, Susie Miller. I think I might have just sat on my radio. I apologise. I'm going to check and make sure I'm connected. So these offspring, I know it was buffalo calves. So they do have quite a long gestation with 11.5 months. These buffalo females are pregnant for a long time. So these calves can stand within about 10 minutes but they can't follow their mothers for a few hours and need a few weeks to keep up with a herd. I'm really glad these buffalo are relaxed. I did say this morning where I used to work, they were often very nervous of vehicles. But I've just backed off, given these buffalo a little bit of space, and there's even some of them stayed laying down. They're relaxed here. Oh, there's a big boy coming out. This cow is just standing in front of his face. Let's see if we can't get a quick view of this big bull. Look at the size of this beast. Oh my goodness. That is a large male buffalo. You do not want to play with this guy. My goodness. What a monster. Oof. That is a lot of buffalo. I'm going to send you back over to Cedric, and I'm going to stay here with my buffalo.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm just sitting out on Pangolin Road. Just sitting here looking at this beautiful old dead tree. And of course you've got a couple of nice go-away birds just sitting right on top of that dead tree. Three of them. Very interesting, beautiful kind of punk hairstyles. But they are absolutely really stunning bird. Not really prettiest of colors, nice grey, but it's just their shape and that real crest on top of the head is really beautiful. You'll find it why they call it a go-away bird. Many times you'll see if there's a herd of impala, for instance, just standing around, and you've got a predator like lions or leopards that's busy stalking those impalas, you'll find that these go-away birds will make that real distinctive call, go away! Go away! So just to kind of alert the impalas or whatever is around there that there is a predator close by. And that's so very much... of course, very much frutivores, so they do eat a lot of mainly like nice little seeds and fruits and berries, seeds. There's a lot of like the jackalberry seeds, even the berries from the ivory as well, which is very nice. And then you'll see many times now as well that the quarry bush and the buffalo thorn, those got the real edible little berries that they also really enjoy quite a bit. They are very interesting, very nice birds. You see quite a few of them around the greater Kruger Park area. And you've got 2 or 3 different species around. Of course, you've got the grey and go-away bird. And then you got pretty much your purple-crested lory. Those are part of the lory family. And you get down further south in Western Cape area, you get a beautiful Neisner lory. Absolutely really a stunning looking bird with a real white ring around the eye. And also the purple-crested lory, just as pretty when it flies. It's got that beautiful red color under the wings. And of course the grey lory, a little bit more of the duller one, but really got the nice, as I said, the nice crest on top of that head. Eugene, good afternoon. Welcome to our sunset safari here on Wild Earth. Yes, I do also love that haircut of theirs. It's a real, especially when the wind is blowing like this, you'll actually, it blows it, their crest quite nicely. If it's either like flat against the head or if it's really against the wind or with the wind, it'll actually lift that beautiful crest up. And of course you'll find many times also the go-away birds as well that the chicks will remain with adults for several months and actually just follow the adults around and feeding on the berries, and sometimes actually complaining so much that the adults have to still feed the youngsters while they're already at a sub-adult age. beautiful. The blue sky in the background as well. Really, really pretty, picturesque moment with these go-away birds.
Check this one resting. Yeah, these buffalo are all starting to get active again. And I am, it's a big oak. I'm going to be loitering around these buffalo for the afternoon, if I'm honest. And we shall all cross our fingers and see if we get any signs of any lions. Sorry, buffalo, that sounds terrible. I'm sure you don't want signs of lions, but we do. We've positioned just about right. We're not blocking any of this herd as they're crossing the road. There is some grunting and things going on behind us, but I think this is interactions between these buffalo. Oh, they're looking healthy though. Oh, there's a big boy kind of come out across the road now. Ready? Ready? Yowzers. This little one.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a harem herd of impalas, and they're all staring into the distance. And what they're looking at is warthogs. And we were really hoping that we could find those warthogs and actually show them to you. There's so many interesting things that we would love to share about warthogs with you, but unfortunately they've now moved off. But their behavior, quite often, they tend to be quite skittish, and when they do see the vehicles, they tend to run. And at the same time, they actually startled our herd of impala, which then ran on top of a termite mound, and is now continuously staring into that direction. And one of the reasons why the impalas are so nervous at the moment is because there's strong winds, which is actually changing from direction the whole time. And this inhibits them from smelling, as well as hearing as effectively as they would normally do. Let's sit and watch our impalas and see what they get up to. You might have heard that I refer to them as a harem herd, and when it does come to their social structure, that's probably one of the most dynamic of all social structures of any of the antelope species out here, as it changes throughout the seasons. And at the moment you'll notice that there's large groups of all males on their own that has set up territories, or single males with a group of females. In the case of the impala, they actually form temporary harem associations, and these temporary associations generally will last for some 2 weeks at a time. Unlike that of zebra, which actually forms a permanent harem association. Good afternoon, Hannah, and welcome to the show here. So it's always great to watch impala. They're such important role players in this whole ecosystem, as they do have a number of functions which they actually fulfill. Well, now that our impalas are relaxed after that the warthogs have startled them, let's go and see what Kelly and her buffaloes are up to.
My buffaloes are probably equally as relaxed as your impala, which is beautiful. Oh, here's a little one. I don't like upsetting any of these animals here, especially buffalo. I'm still, first of all, I'm waiting to see exactly how big this herd is, and it's big because...
Yes, guys, we're at Twin Dams. We've got a leopard here. It's just running after us this side. I just want to see Twin Dams. It's already going that side. Let's see if maybe he's going to go up this Termont Mound. Try and sneak around here. Oh, there he is. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, my boy. Oh, wow. Okay, he's on a mission, eh? He's on a mission. I'm going to try and keep up with him and see where he goes. I'm just going to stay behind him this side. I'm going to go around to the fire. Be after there. Okay, I'm just going to... Yes! Oh, my word. Oh, I'm so happy. Fantastic. So I'm just going to hang back a little bit here. I just want to see what is... I know, we did have some warthogs that side, but no, it looks like he's more relaxed now. Okay, let's just go follow a little bit behind there. I just want to see what he's going to do. I don't want to lose visual on him. I've already had a bad one with tortoise pan this afternoon. And I almost lost him. I think if I have to lose 2 leopards in one day, I'm not going to be very happy. Side. Okay. Yeah, so we just got to saw him here at the dam itself. I want to see what he does. Yeah, I think we're going to go a little bit forward. I don't go too much. Absolutely fantastic. Right, just take a stop there. Hey, my boy. Yes. Of course, he's just putting him nice. He's on a mission too, I think. That's what I'm saying. I'm just going to keep a little bit back and all that. I don't want to push him too much. I think he's looking for those dogs that were around here now. On top of that, I also don't want to lose him. So, I just want to keep a... Oh, he's got it. He's got the warthog. He's just got it. He just killed the warthog. He just killed the warthog. Where is he? There he is. He's got the warthog in front of us. He's just killed it. It's sensitive and all that. If you don't want to watch us, please welcome to turn your channels. But there he is. He's just killed the warthog. Let me go forward, yeah. Come back. There we go. We just saw Marips killing that warthog. Shame, yeah. Unfortunately, that is the circle of life. As you can see, he is busy suffocating the warthog now. Of course, there's a little piglet that he just caught. Fortunately, yeah. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, it just shows you, he picked up on the scent of those warthogs. He went quickly into that direction. He did not hold back. And yes, he just got hold of a young warthog, which is perfect, a nice size. It's not a big impala or anything, but for Marips itself, it is a nice meal that he will have. Alright, what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and just reposition here quickly. Okay, he's going to take it most probably in that thicket there. He's just going to go lie down that side. Going to stay to the western side of him. Let's stick to the western side of him. I think maybe towards that. I think he's heading towards that old den site for the hyenas. We're not far from that that position. So we're just going to go around. It's going to be out. Alright. He's going to try and get in. He's going to get in here nicely. Yeah, just hold on there, Craig. Just hold on there. Okay. Good. Alright, we're just going to sit here. Sit here. Of course, the warthog is dead now. And just shows how quickly he suffocating the warthog. And doesn't take long. It's maybe a matter of 3, 4, 5 minutes. And of course, unfortunately, blocking the airways for the warthog to breathe. Because now he's got a nice position in the shade. And I think he's definitely content with life. It's very difficult to take a look. I've just seen this little leopard running around, but I just need to get my binoculars out here. Yeah, I see, definitely hasn't got all those ticks, and he hasn't got the real fluffy ears. Yeah, sorry, that is timber. Definitely timber. He hasn't got the... I'm just looking at the ears as well. You know that Marips' ears is very much very fluffy, and he's got a couple of ticks that's still looming around on his ears. Where of course Timber's definitely got more of a less hairier ears, and no ticks that's around us. So yeah, sorry, that is Timber. Just double check there. It's just a little bit difficult then when running there, but yeah, fantastic. So it looks like Timber is really moving into this area more and more and more. I mean, he's going down back to where his mother Kushava's territory is, but I think he's also really he was at Gauri Pan or Dam the other day, not long, about a week ago. And then we've got him and Misava actually having a bit of a standoff there around Treehouse Dam, and now all of a sudden he's at Twin Dams. So he is definitely still looming in the area, and he is about a year older than Marips. So he is getting to that age slowly but surely that he is going to start looking and seeking a nice void, an area where he's going to try and set up a territory for himself. But we're just going to look. Wait a little bit. I just want him to just settle and all that with that warthog. And then we can just take a look, maybe another position here. But let's just enjoy what we see here. Wow, what a change of things, a change of of action. It just shows you. Jessica, good afternoon. Yes, definitely our leopard luck is definitely working this afternoon. I know that tortoise pan was also a good one, but we didn't get to see him too much because he disappeared in very much of a thicker area and gave us a slip. Of course, now Tsemba is a little bit now, he's of course got himself a nice meal, a young warthog, which is going to definitely fill his belly. It's a good thing, especially for their age. He's not, as I say, he's not a full-grown male. It's not like tortoise pan, which is a much larger male. Of course, you'll find Tsemba is still growing to become a good old 75, 80 kilogram leopard. I think he's between a big male and a full-grown female now. So full-grown female is about 35, 40 kilograms, big male 75, 80. So I think Tsemba is around about maybe 70, say 65, 70 kilograms. So he's still got some growing to do and get that huge dewlap, and he's still got some growing to go through. So yeah, but he is getting nice and big. He is getting to a good size. It's amazing how they picked up on that scent of that warthog, and he knew exactly which route to take. It's like a scent that we cannot pick up, or a sense that we do not have. And it's amazing that he knew exactly where those warthogs went and where that piglet went to go and stash itself under maybe a little area where it was feeling safe. Unfortunately, it wasn't safe enough there, and of course Tsemba took that opportunity.
Oh my goodness, I'm so jealous, Cedric, but how exciting is that? I have left my buffaloes. I know where they are and which way they're going, and I'm circling round the back of them because now I'm back on my lion mission. I'm now filled with new hope. I have my tracking stick once more. I wonder if the Safari Lady Luck could gift us with 2 kills in one drive. Obviously, I would warn sensitive viewers to look away. I can't believe Cedric's found Tsemba. He's my favourite leopard. But I'm not supposed to say that. Right, everyone that's watching, please help me and also keep your eyes peeled for lion ears. I'm going to be circling these buffalo for the rest of the afternoon, or as long as I can, unless they cross out of the property. What was that?
Welcome back, just west of Twin Dams. We're still sitting with Tsemba, a beautiful young male leopard. Bless you, Craig. Of course, he just made a nice, beautiful kill, warthog kill. Of course, he's just now sitting and lying in the shade Of course, just panting a little bit of a running around, of course, chasing that warthog and picking up on the scent and see if he could catch it, and which it was a very successful hunt for him. Of course, as you know, that poor warthogs, they are very much, you know, if the female has a litter of 4 piglets, you'll find out of those 4, usually maybe 1 or 2 piglets will survive to adulthood. And of course, due to the fact of this exact reason, of course, the leopards are very much honed into hunting and picking up on those the scent. Oh, he's got you are beautiful, my boy. You are absolutely stunning. Yes, well done. Got a bit of blood on his chest, but I think that's the warthog's blood. Well done, because it is a young warthog, so no tusks. Nadia, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. Can I see which tree will take the kill up? Well, he's going to tell us. Maybe he'll show us where he's going to go. Maybe he's going to take us. But yeah, there's a couple of marula trees around here, but I think because it's still a young warthog, I don't know if he'll really take it up. We might take it up. We never know. I'm not going to think for him, of course. Yeah, but let's take a look. Let's take a look. But Nadia, it is, they usually do take the kill, especially that there is the warthog did give a squeal, as you did, what we heard. So if they do squeal like that, then all of a sudden it does hyenas, and so yeah, that's then it becomes. Gotcha. So then it becomes. Gotcha. They crack. Then yeah, of course, then I think then he has to be a little bit more cautious about things. Then he has to kind of think about, well, if he maybe has to take it up in a tree, if there's hyenas following, because many times you'll find hyenas following leopards, and so especially about this area, because this is of course close to the side where Corky and Tima and all that, the Djuma clan is this side. Sorry, I just want to double check where he is. I don't want to lose him here. I think maybe he might take it to one of the other trees. I think he's past us. I think he might be. Sorry, I was going to quickly double check him through, maybe in the shade here somewhere. I don't want to get too. You see him? Oh, there. Okay, I'm just gonna let's just stop here. I think he's just going. There's a dead marula tree to our southwest. I think he's still moving with that. He's a nice prize. He's a warthog prize. You should come out that side. Oh, look. Oh, let's quickly. Okay. Let's just. So I said I am going to keep my distance from him because I don't want to make him too uncomfortable, and he is going to this termite mound, so maybe he'll even sit on the termite mound with his prize, which will be fantastic. Okay, I'm just going to stop just like this and see what he does with his kill young. So sometimes maybe there's a marula tree as well. It's just, I think he's looking to this marula tree. There's a marula tree just north of us from where this termite mound is. I think he was looking around that side. Hey, my boy, don't worry. We're all good. I always love it when a leopard is successful with their hunts. Always gives me a good feeling. Take it up there. I think I might. Oh, and good afternoon. Yes, thank you for joining us. Well, there's been incredible sightings. So I'm just going to shoot around. I think I might take it up at marula tree. But what an incredible sighting! That's like it's not a everyday sighting. Sighting that. I think. Oh, he's even going further. Jeez. I don't know, he's, hopefully he's not going to go to the drainage line. Oh, I was going to just take a look. There is a couple of trees around here. I thought maybe he might have decided to take it up a nice vantage point. But he hasn't had any pressure yet from anything here, so there's no hyenas around here yet. We're going to keep an eye on where he's going. Oh, he's right here. I think he's going to one of those. There's another marula tree that side. I'll just keep a distance eye on him. I think maybe we'll just see where he jumps from here. I'm just gonna stop from here. And just give him a little bit of space there and see if he can. Maybe he's gonna hoist it up into that marula tree for us. Let's see. Oh, he stopped at the base of that marula tree now. I just want to keep a close eye on him. He's got a visual there. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit low here, so I want to see if he's going to decide to take it up there. Especially it's getting now late afternoon. Late afternoon, it'll be ideal now to start hoisting it, because of course you'll get. But no, he's moving still further away from it. He's still moving a little bit further away from that tree. I don't know what's his plans, but anyway, we'll just take a look. I think I'll go around that way. I don't want to go too much into his way. I think I'll just go around. Cat lover, good afternoon. Leopards aren't really born with hunting skills. Although it is instinctive, but sorry, I was going to get through here. It's instinctive and all that, but they start learning themselves. So when they start trying to hunt for smaller things. Sorry, I think he's going to go into this drainage line here. Smaller stuff like scrub hares, squirrels, all those things. I think that's. They pretty much get their hunting skills, and start teaching themselves. Even francolins as well. They're going to go for francolins. Let's see, where did he go? I think he's... all right, we're going to keep a little bit this side. I think he wants to go to this drainage line, so I think we'll give him space to the drainage line. I think he might be in here. Go around this side. Yeah, but of course they start learning by themselves. They start learning how to go for smaller things, and then of course they start honing on their skills, even with their mom's tail. So the mom, you'll find that the female will have that little white tip on the end of the tail, and she'll always use it as a toy, and they can actually hone on their stalking skills, and yeah, so it's kind of in them instinctively, but they've got to first practice. Okay, I need to find where he is. I think he might be in this idea. As long as I get a little visual on him, and I know if he does move, I know where he goes to. All right, well, we continue just to take a look around here. We're going to head back to JP and Private and see what Tsemba would also prefer.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a number of warthogs, and the big one that we see at the back is actually a bull. And if you do look at him and you look at his sheer size and you look at the sheer size of the tusks, you'll also notice that there's an excessively large set of warts directly below the eyes, which is all characteristics which points out to being a male. And if you do look underneath the tail, there's another little giveaway right underneath there. When it does come to running, they love lifting their tails, and as far as I know, it's the only pig species in the world that uses their tail as a visual communication method. That's not the only thing that they can raise. They can also raise their hair on their back. So if they are intimidated by a potential predator or by a potential rival male, they can also make themselves look much bigger than they normally are. My apologies. So normally when it does come to warthogs, and then you look at their tusks, they actually have a fairly large pair of tusks on the upper part of the jaw and a smaller pair on the lower part. And those actually will move over one another. And they're really, really sharp. And they can very effectively be used as weapons against potential predators. And we also know that one of our pig species, which we have in South Africa, which is known as a bush pig, will very quickly rot. And they go specifically for the groin area when they are going to use their tusks and teeth to do so. It's not the only animal that has that smart strategy in going for the groin. It's also well documented that honey badgers will do precisely the same. Our pigs have now unfortunately moved off. Let's see what else is around the dam. With the exception of our blacksmith lapwing that's in the center of the dam, it seems very quiet this afternoon. It's most likely a combination of both wind as well as high temperatures. But we're going to still try our very best and hang around here for a bit longer in the hope that we're going to get some elephant magic.
A-firm. I just did a loop around Quarantine South Zoe's to see if we couldn't find any lion tracks, and I haven't. So my tactic is just going to be to stay close by these buffalo and keep my eyes and ears open. This is a huge buffalo bull. And you can see he's very relaxed with the vehicle. He did have a look, but he's feeding peacefully now. And look at that huge set of horns, that massive boss. I think our best bet is to just continue parallel with these buffalo and see what happens.
Welcome back. Unfortunately, looks like Tsemba and his kill, looks like they might have moved into this drainage line. And unfortunately, it is a very thick drainage line. There's a lot of tambuti trees here. There's a lot of sodic soil as well. And it's very like a sensitive area where we can't really drive into and try and search for him again. I think I rather feel that maybe he must just, I think he's just gone deep in here and I think to go and enjoy his meal. But I'm glad we could at least see him and got to witness, yeah, well, you know, his little throttling and all that. But I'm glad he's also got himself a nice meal. But at the moment there is no visual on him. I think I do hear crunching, eh? Well, I'm just going to listen out a bit. So I'm going to sit here a little bit and just see what happens and what transpires from the side. It's always a good thing to use your senses. Of course, your senses just to kind of pick up on maybe a smell when he opens the gut or actually crunching of the bones. I was really hoping he was going to take it up in one of those nice big marula trees where we were. But clearly he was not keen for that at all. I think he maybe feels a little bit safer in a drainage line. Typical habitat for a leopard on a nice thick drainage line like this is ideal for them. But yeah, so we're going to just spend a little bit of time, just listen out here and maybe just move around this area. Maybe it did attract other predators with a bit of that squeal of the warthog. So maybe the other predators, so they got brilliant sense of hearing and all that, and maybe it pushed them to this area. Harriet, good afternoon. Thank you very much about my leopard dance. Yeah, well, my leopard dance was about 3 days ago, and yeah, it looks like the dance is paying off now today, finally. So yeah, I'm very, very happy about that. And I think I must think ahead of time. Next time, if I'm looking for leopards, I'll try and do another dance if I need a leopard 3 days time. That looks like that's the way it's working. But yeah, thank you very much, Harriet, for that comment. I really appreciate it. Anyway, while we still wait and look around here, let's head back to Kelly and see what's happening with her buffaloes. And you never know, maybe she's lucky in spotting a lion that side.
I have a lot of buffaloes just over to my right here. I can still see the odd bottom or horns through the block here, but I am circling in hope of finding these lions. This is a huge group of buffalo. There's lots of babies here. They have crossed north over Vuyatala Access Road. And it's going to be a case of a little bit of skill and a little bit of luck as well here. I am 70% convinced that there's going to be lions following these buffalo. But it's a case of finding them, and more importantly, these buffalo are mobile towards the cut line. We've probably got less than 500-700 meters before Gary or Buffelshoek cut line to the north of us. I would say hearing. If I was going to guess, I would say their sense of smell is the best, because they're often found, they like thick stuff. Although they're grazers, we do often find them hanging around in thick stuff, in thickets. So eyesight probably isn't going to be great. And then I would say probably hearing, and then I would say sense of smell is probably going to be the best. If you look at their ears, they've got sort of slightly droopy ears, which to me indicates not like those big kudu ears. I think I'm going to go round to that cut line and see if they cross. There is a very occasional flash of buffalo here. This is actually the biggest herd of buffalo I've seen for a while, but oh my goodness, how exciting is that with Cedric? I'm so jealous. I've only actually seen 3 kills. Although it is upsetting to see, it is part of nature, and there is a huge element of just being in the right place at the right time. And Cedric was indeed in the right place at the right time. It's actually lovely here because we can pretty much decide how long we are going to spend with an animal, obviously within the drive time frames, because everyone that's watching is here forever. Whereas when we have guests, normally we will have them for 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 nights, and then they are gone. So we do have to try and cover a lot, but this is why I'm gonna stay with these buffalo until I can't anymore, because that's how you find trailing lions. But I know if I had people that had seen these buffalo and wanted to carry on, there is some pressure to carry on and look for the next thing. But this is how we get so lucky, is because we can dedicate this time. You watch these buffalo. There's well over 100 buffalo here. I'm not even going to hazard a count above that, but there's a lot. June, I am delighted you are enjoying today's show. We are absolutely delighted to be here as well. What a joy to be able to share all these cool things with you. I'm going to go to I don't know why I'm still carrying my tracking stick. I think I just like it now. I'm going to go to the cut line, and it wouldn't surprise me if these buffalo are starting to cross already. Maybe we could sit on the cut line and try and do a bit of a head count. This is the biggest herd of buffalo I've seen for a long time. Nature hugger, thank you. We will definitely find something small. I just want to get myself into prime position for the big stuff, and then I will happily sit and meander away the afternoon with some of the cool little stuff. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Nature hugger. Small stuff is good too. Okay, we are coming to the cut line. I think I'm gonna take this fire break. Starting to feel the need to point with my tracking stick now for some reason. It makes me feel important, I think. Let's have a look-see. I wonder if they're not going to turn and go drink at Sydney's Dam. This grass is exactly the same colour as lions now. I was just talking to Odie, and I don't know if anyone has seen the film The Ghost in the Darkness. You watch these buffalo will disappear in this block now without a trace. That would be funny. So I'm turning on to Galago Shortcut or Galago Shortcut Link, one of those. And I'm anticipating driving around the corner and finding a big pile of buffalo. But let's see. I am still looking intently for lion tracks. And it could be, I mean, as a rule, lions follow herds of buffalo, but maybe they're in front of them, maybe they're behind them, maybe they're to the sides of them. We just don't know. I'm going to continue to circle and we will keep you updated.
Welcome back here at Eco Training Pridelands. We're still at Ndlovu Dam and we're waiting at the moment for some elephants to come in. We just had a good amount of entertainment from 3 very big warthogs was in the area, and they were mud bathing for quite a while and then went off and go and rub themselves. In the meanwhile, we're just going to sit and listen to all the different sounds of birds in the background while we wait for some more animals to come in.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm just here on Elephant Carcass now. Unfortunately, we still haven't relocated on with his warthog kill. I think I've just gone now north of that drainage line just to see if we're lucky, maybe get a visual from this side. But it is very, very tricky in here. And yeah, I'll honestly give him a little bit of space for, you know, we don't want to go smashing down stuff and all that to get to him. It just doesn't make sense, because he's just going to get up and he's just going to move again, and I don't really want to do that. But I just want to see if we pick up on any other stuff around. Yeah, maybe tracks coming out further north. Maybe that's remember this morning we were hearing those baboons' alarm call. Maybe it was El Timber that was coming down on the Molawati. Came out of the water. It was that side. No. Oh well. Oh well. Well, good on him. Good on him. I'm happy for the boy. I'm happy that he could make a nice little kill for himself and have a good meal. We're going to head back to Kelly and just to see what's happening on the buffalo and see if she's got a better visual that side.
I do have a nice visual on my buffaloes. Thank you very much for asking. They did vanish for a bit, which was a bit weird. They've changed direction slightly, but I'm here on Galago Shortcut, and they are pretty much stationary in the road. I've given them lots of space. The rest of the herd is off to the right of me, but far. They are spread out all the way through here. I can hear these buffalo. They must be 300-400 meters away, more, maybe 500 meters. That's how far they're spread out. That's how big this herd is. The big boy there. We have got a couple more vehicles that are going to be having a look at these buffalo, but I think they're probably on a completely different road and they're probably still going to get to see this herd because it's so large. I've asked them to look carefully for any sign of lion tracks. I'm just going to make a little bit of space for them here. These buffalo are spread out all the way through here. They might even be on Aubrey's as well. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I'm just going to let this other vehicle have a quick look here. We've had a really nice visual of these buffalo and they're not going to be going anywhere soon. So I'm going to just scoot in over the other side here, Odie. There we go. This herd is going to be crossing for quite a while. I'm not even going to bother trying for a head count. Virginia, they would in the end, but they will actually try and save or protect fallen buddies more than a lot of the other antelope would. I'm sure everyone has seen that epic clip, the Battle of Kruger, and they come back and rescue their fallen friend. That's real, that does happen quite often. But ultimately, if a buffalo was injured or even a calf was injured, they would eventually have to carry on and leave that injured animal. Otherwise, they themselves would risk falling and thus not carrying on their own genetic material. But they would hang around for a while and they would certainly try and get in there to chase off predators. This is such a big group of buffalo. I'm going to shush so you can listen to them. They're mooing from far away. It just goes to show these buffalo have changed direction somewhat. They're still slowly going north. This block they're moving through is quite thick. And I'm trying to decide how to play it with these potential lions that might be following them. I think I'm just going to have to be patient. Verony, you are 13, and in my experience, those under the age of 18 ask the best questions. That is a fantastic question. Not much, to be honest. The fact that they're not domesticated is the main difference. They're a bit bigger, but they are pretty much they're bovines, so the same taxonomic grouping as cows exactly. And yeah, the fact that they're wild as opposed to domesticated. So cows are domesticated and relatively compliant, and buffalo are not. If you looked at their digestive systems, their feet, their gestations, I would assume maybe buffalo might have a slightly longer gestation because they're bigger, but don't quote me on it. Social structure, most of these things will be pretty similar. Great question. These buffalo are not going to be far from the cut line. Oh, but I'm torn. Do I go to the front lot or do I go to the back lot? Who's going to get chased? If they do get chased. I can't even guarantee that. I don't think they're going to be spread out as far as Shortcut Link Road. And I don't really want to split this herd, but I'm going to move forward just a smidge. They are going to be crossing this road for quite a while, so I'm going to I'm just going to position here so we can watch some more of these animals crossing. See, they're all through here. I think we're just gonna, let's just play the waiting game. I don't know if you can all hear that. Can you all hear this mooing? We're surrounded by this low, yeah, I suppose I can't call it anything apart from mooing of these buffalo. I'm delighted you can hear this mooing. I suppose you would call it mooing. Lowing. I'm blocking these guys here, Odie. I'm going to go back. Oops, fun age 12. Again, under 18. Fabulous question. They're talking to each other, to be honest. They're spread out all the way through here. I don't want to split them. They're talking to each other. They're communicating. They're spread out over long distance. And they're trying to all keep in contact with each other. Okay, that should do. I just wanted to give them a little bit... Oh, they're back here as well. I just wanted to give them a little bit more space. They were all stood staring at me, as if to say, what are you doing there? And they are still doing it. It's okay, you can cross. Come on. We are surrounded by these buffalo. Okay, I've given them a little bit more space now. They're a bit more comfortable. And I'm sure they're going to carry on crossing the road. I'm staying put right here for now. Let's see what develops. Oh, look at the little one. I'm still trying to decide where to place myself. For the potential of bumping into any lines that may be slowly trailing these buffalo. So often any calves or we might get stragglers if anyone's a bit slower, which would be the animals lions might try, but not always. That sounded like a lion, but wasn't.
Welcome. I'm here now at Chitwood Dam. I'm just sitting here, just started taking a look. Of course, we've got a couple. Oh. He's even saying hello. There we go. Hello to you, Mr. Hippo. So yeah, of course, you can see lovely little hippos all in the Chitwood Dam again. Really enjoying it. It's just a beautiful, tranquil area and very therapeutical. Just sitting here and just enjoying the scenery, and with all these hippos, the birds, and of course quite a bit of a gusty wind. That's why you'll find that all these weeds has really been pushed to the side. But there's all Mr. Hippo. Hello. And two of them that side. I think the pod is quite big. Quite a big pod of hippos around here. You're looking at around about, I think, about 10, 11 hippos. I think some are more in another corner that side. A little bit of this little sand pod, but sometimes just you'll find a female will actually venture a little bit further away from the rest of the pod with a little calf. Because slowly but surely you'll start finding, once it starts getting cooler now in our winter, you'll find when we come down to the dam like this now, you'll actually see them sometimes actually out the water. And beautiful. And it's actually stunning, and sitting, lying and basking out in the sun. Not too sharp, the sun is not too heavy in winter for them. So I'm just taking a look down here. A beautiful greenback heron that's busy just fishing or just looking for little insects, little water arthropods they can actually snatch. It's amazing how much patience this greenback herons do have. Sorry, there's a bit of a gusty wind here. See amazing how quickly they are when they actually strike for something. A little tadpole, a little insect, maybe even a little frog, and of course fish. Keeping very, very still. It's really getting ready to. If it's got its eyes focused on something there, it'll find it's just waiting for the right time and the right opportunity. There might be little frogs that's between these weeds as well. You'll get little fold-leaf frogs, little cassinas. Several little dog frog species around these areas, and I think that's why we might have something that it is focusing on. We might have a second kill for the day. Sorry if you're getting a little bit of wind in the mic, but as I said, it is a little bit gusty here. You always find these greenback herons really on the water areas, the edges, and using like dead trees, water lilies, use as a base. Nadia, good afternoon. Yeah, welcome to Wild Earth. Thank you very much for the comment. Yes, there's so much tension that it feels like we can cut the air with the tension. Oh, did he actually even strike? I didn't even see that strike. I was like, that's a quick. Yeah, it is so fast. It's like a bullet. It looked like it has striked at something there, and I think maybe something very small, maybe a little insect. Nothing too substantial that it would actually see the legs or anything sticking out of the beak, like a frog legs, but yeah. Of course, now it's moving to the next little hunting ground, the next little area to see if it can pick up on something that's maybe moving under the water areas in between those weeds that's sitting on the water. And of course, with those weeds, it definitely assists, because now with those weeds, it actually really attracts other things to really use those weeds as a shelter and a refuge area. And I think that these herons have really just learned is that just to use these weeds as a hunting ground. Yeah, let's head back to JP at Pridelands. I think he's also got some feathered friends that's on a hunt. Let's take a look what he has.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we went back to Leopard Dam to go and see what we could go and find over there. We spent quite a lot of time at Ndlovu Dam, which is one of the larger dams, and then we also tried several roads to see if we could find any signs or tracks of animals that might have been coming through the area. One of the groups of animals that I was looking for is definitely a big herd of buffalo, but often wanders into this area. I'm also curious where all our elephants have disappeared to, so I'm really keeping my fingers crossed, but we are going to find some. When it does cool down a little bit later on in this afternoon, I would love to also go back to the area of Impala Plains where we had Lagerfeld, our lioness, this morning, in the hope that we can possibly relocate on her. I think if it does start getting cooler and the sun is fairly low on the horizon, she would definitely will try to utilize this conditions with a strong wind combined with poor sunlight and light at that point as an opportunity to go and hunt. But one of the things when it does come to nature, you can plan as much as you want to, but it's always good to go out there as a guide with an idea or a plan that you have to do. But your plan often very quickly will start being changed based on what the tracks is doing, based on what the weather and the wind and all those other conditions are also doing. But the most important thing is to always remain optimistic until the very end of your drive, until you're back in camp. And it's quite often in those last parts of a drive that you often will encounter the animals when you don't expect them at that specific point. And quite often when it did come to leopard, it was always driving back to camp. And in the last few 100 meters into camp where they suddenly would just pop out of nowhere. Well, we're spending a little bit more time at our dam. Let's go and see what Cedric and his heron is up to.
Yes, this greenback heron is still hunting, still looking around. Had a couple of strikes and they're very, very successful at their hunts. I've seen most of the times when they do strike, they do pick out an insect, so they are definitely very successful at whatever they're going for. Of course, we've got several different heron species around here in this area, especially the larger ones. You've got that Goliath heron. The Goliath heron is really a big bird compared to your greenback heron. I think you can fit maybe around about 40 greenback herons in the Goliath heron's size, maybe even more. That's how big the Goliath heron is, and of course hence the name Goliath heron. We do see them here now and again, not often. Most common ones around here, of course, it will be your grey heron. Grey heron, very common. It's more that whitish with a greyish colour to it as well. It's quite tall, maybe just about the medium size of a Goliath heron. It's amazing how still he is actually just standing on that weeds with this quite a bit of this wind that's coming through. He's definitely not really phased about it. Just enjoying this greenback heron. It's just really still enjoying a bit of a hunt. But yeah, no, the wind has really picked up here. My goodness, jeez. I know it's a very windy day. I think across this dam as well makes it even more so. Caught another one. Wow, fantastic, well done. Shows you. It looked like it was a little frog that it picked out there. Maybe a little like, it looked like a frog. I couldn't see exactly, it was so quick, but very small, maybe a little foldy frog there. Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We decided to stay a little bit longer at Leopard Dam and just watch. We're still keeping our fingers crossed for some elephants to make their way down here. In the meantime, we're just going to do a silent segment and allow you to listen to all those different calls of birds in the background and the wind moving through the trees. There's also a rhythmic tapping of a bearded woodpecker that is busy tapping away at a hollow part of a tree. They specifically go for those parts of a tree which can resonate the best so that that sound can actually travel so much further.
Yeah, good evening, and it is definitely a stunning view. I just love it when the sun reflects off the water like that. Unless if it wasn't for the wind, we would have actually had a perfectly clear water body, which would have reflected all the trees and the things in the surrounding area. Sometimes for me quite fun if you're specifically photographing animals at this time of the day if there's no wind and you can see their reflection on the water. Well, we're going to start slowly moving on and go and see what else we can go and find. But let's go and see what Cedric is up to in Chitwa.
Yes, welcome back. I'm still watching these hippos just bobbing up and down now and again. Of course, now and again you'll actually, it seems like they are having a little bit of fun because it is not too hot for them. So it is, the weather is quite pleasant. I'm sure they are very happy without this really harsh sun that we've been having for the last week or so. It's funny that I just see 2 or 3 of them. What they're all doing is a couple, 2 or 3 of them. It's actually they're just coming to the surface. They're not even actually putting their eyes or kind of actually looking out the water. They're just like putting their nostrils now and again up above the water just to, of course, blow out and take in some oxygen again and going down again. Seems like they're having a little bit of fun at the bottom of the water. I think this is where we need to kind of dive in. Oh, a little one as well. Of course, they aren't buoyant, so they do kind of, their bone mass is very, very dense. So it's like, they just really sink, go down, so they haven't really got any buoyancy. Sink to the bottom, of course, where it's nice and hopefully not too deep. Get to the bottom, and then if they need to move, they'll do like a typical moonwalking, like a real kind of wide steps, and kind of forcing them the momentum to the surface. And of course, that's the way they kind of move again, and then float and sink like a rock again. Of course, very important for them in these dams. It helps the dams quite a bit. It doesn't form too much sediment at the bottom of the dam. It actually kind of churns up the water or the muck at the bottom. And once it does that, it actually creates a food source for other animals in there. That's like a fish. Many times you'll find that these hippos at night time all venture out, sometimes all in different directions, heading into different areas for a nice graze on a nice spot in the bush itself, and of course enjoying the certain selective grass species. And then many times you'll find if they had enough, they'll come back during the night time. Could be midnight, could be 1, 2, 3, it could be any time, but they'll try and get back at before the sun rises. So of course they don't get stuck too far away from any water source when it gets too hot. Very much as a dominant bull, so you'll find it's usually a big bull will have his pod, so he'll be really the one dominant male in this dam. And if there is any challenges or any other male, many times you'll find they'll do like a lot of flinging of their dung, where they actually whip their tails from side to side and actually fling the dung around. It's just a territorial behavior. And sometimes also the fights, the dominant fights or the territorial fights can be very, very vicious. I've seen hippos succumb from their wounds from territorial fights. Anyway, we're going to head off to Kelly and see if she's still sitting with her buffaloes and what's happening with her as animals.
We are still slowly trailing these buffalo. They're now on Gallagher Shortcut Link, which is one of the link roads up to Buffalo's Hook Buffalo's Hook Cut Line. They're sort of making their way along this drainage line, and I'm just going to be patient, I think. I think patience is the key here. I think I have decided to stay mostly towards the back of this group, and we are just going to have to see what our Safari Lady Luck provides. I don't want to push these buffalo. They're making their way nice and slowly. I don't want to split them. I don't want to push them. You can see they're aware of us, but they don't, they're not overly concerned by the vehicles. So let's just keep hanging back. Older buffaloes protect the younger ones by chasing stuff away. They are huge. They've got massive bodies. They've got sharp horns, and they use their bulk. They place the smaller, younger animals in the middle of the herd normally. We do occasionally get a straggler, but we see the same with elephants. If there's young ones, they will push them in towards the middle of the group and keep them safe with their own bodies. So often these groups of buffalo, they'll be led by a male. They're called pathfinders, and their movements will be dictated by the big old males. And Eddie, can you see over there? Is that too far? They're spread out all the way through to this big tree in the background here. That's 200 meters away, across the other side of a drainage line. This is such a big herd, and I think they're actually changing direction again. We are going to be changing direction with them. What a pleasure to be able to follow this buffalo herd for the whole afternoon. This is an old boy at the back here. I'm not going to push him. He's probably, you can see he's covered in mud. Maybe one of the older males in the group. He is towards the back of the herd. This would not be a lion's first choice of a target. So while he is a little bit elderly or a little bit older, he is still a monster of a buffalo. They have changed course again. And I'm going to be changing course with them. There is quite a deep drainage line down here. And I'm wondering if they're not going to go and lay down in it. Let's hop onto this fire break. And I'm all the time looking for any signs of lions. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be able to cross this drainage line on here. I might need to go around. Yeah, I think I'm going to go around here. There is a huge part of me that wants to drop back further and check for lions, but I don't want to lose this group of buffalo. I'm going to pop onto the cut line and have another think. These buffalo might actually be going to Buffalo's Hook Dam. That would be amazing. I'm going to drive this cut line and see if they are going to turn. I did think they would have actually crossed here by now. But it would seem they are turning, and I'm just wondering if they aren't going to go and lay down in this drainage line. The members of a herd? No. They will go back and sometimes defend each other. There is still an ingrained, an innate desire to protect themselves, rather than, I think it's just an impala, Odie. I'm just going back to double check. Yeah, you see that impala through there. He's looking nervous, though. This impala is looking nervous. Have you got him? Yeah. This impala's definitely got something up his nose. Oh, this is going to get very tense for me if this plays out the way I think it might this afternoon. These animals have been giving me grey hairs for a week now. What is this impala looking at? It's a beautiful big ram in fine, fine breeding condition. But as often happens this time of year, these rams, when they start to rut, they lose concentration and they often get taken out by predators. I'm going to hang around here just to get a good perspective of what's going on here with this impala. I'm going to send you over to Cedric and see what he's doing there at Chitwa Dam while I ponder this impala further.
Still just sitting at Chitwa Dam, Still just enjoying these hippos and just listening out. I had a little bit of baboons, maybe an alarm calling a little bit further on, maybe towards the drainage line, towards One Eye Pan Road, but it was just a very brief alarming. It wasn't anything too serious, but we will listen out and look out here as well. I'm actually going to, from the Chitwood Dam. Oh, hello. Yeah, opening a big mouth there. From Chitwood Dam. I'm going to go head out towards Cheetah Cut Line. I think the best thing is go Cheetah Cut Line. I'm going to go a bit north and see what we can find there. I've been so lucky with leopards so far this afternoon, with tortoise pan male leopard, with Temba, the young male leopard on the Warthog kill. So it has been a fantastic afternoon already. So yeah, let's vamos. Let's go. On y va, s'il faut plaît. My French ain't that great. I've got a little bit of French words going. It's there. My name, Cedric, is actually French, but it's not really because my parents are French. It's just by chance they enjoyed a French soccer player, and his name's Cedric. But of course, Cedric. So every time I get French guests, and they always like introduce myself. So my name is Cedric. They're like, see, you're French. I'm like, no, I'm not. So eventually I kind of taught myself a little bit of French, so when I see French people, I go, bonjour, je m'appelle Cedric, oui, and then people laugh. So it's like, anyway, but that's as far as my French can go. Yeah. Afternoon, Harper. Thanks very much for joining us. How many languages can I speak? Look, I can speak English and Afrikaans. My dad's English, my mom's Afrikaans. I speak English and Afrikaans, so I was taught that at school. And then, of course, we've got a language, pretty much it's almost, we call it Fanigalo. Fanigalo is a language where, in the Sabi Sand, it's a bit of a mixture of Shangaan, Zulu, Sotho, Afrikaans, English, a little bit, a bit of everything. But I speak a little bit of Shangaan with, of course, the local people around here. So I can communicate with them. So it's English, Afrikaans, a little bit of Shangaan, and then a very little bit, like a tiny bit of French. So yes, that's so about, maybe you can say 3.5 or 3 1/4. Okay, I'm gonna give myself a little bit more, 3 1/3. Anyway, yeah, that's French is very difficult. I would love to know all the languages. I think every language is beautiful. It's a unique way. Some of them use their throats, some use their tongues, their lips. It's amazing. It's just quite a diversity of languages in this world, and it's each one is actually beautiful. I wish I knew more languages. No, I'll leave the Chitwood Dam as well. It is very windy there. Whew. I think Craig has got a whole lot of sand particles that's sitting in his eyes at the moment. And it's a beautiful sunset as well. The beautiful golden light that's coming through. I think I'm hoping to pick up on something beautiful now. And hopefully with this golden light. Line is one main reason, Tlalamba. I want to try and go to see Tlalamba that side, see if maybe fortunate enough to bump into her with her little ones. I don't know. I haven't seen the cubs coming across or tracks or anything like that over the last day or two. So I'm just going up this side. Maybe, as I said, my leopard dance is slowly but surely paying off now. And I'm sure also we had the young male leopard tracks going from central this side. So maybe it might have been my ribs that went that side. You never know. It looks like we're a young boy. But coming back to languages, I think languages is it is definitely an art if you can get and perfect a lot of the the languages around here. I mean, we've got 11 official languages in South Africa, and if we can perfect all 11 of them, that'll be brilliant. And on top of that, some French, a little bit of German, or you know, whatever. It's just brilliant. Anyway, let's carry on up to the Katlan. Let's get to Kelly and see what languages and how many languages she can speak.
What? Cedric, where did that come from? How have you got onto languages? How many languages can I speak? I will tell you, while I sit here and watch these buffalo who are now crossing out north of Djuma, as anticipated, how many languages can I speak? English. Je parle petit parle français. J'ai notre bon français. I can't even remember how to say cow. Asseyez-vous. Écoutez. Petit français. Pas cochère. I think it's French for warthog. I can speak a tiny bit of Shangaan, just enough to get me by on game drive. I can speak probably even less Afrikaans. So I would say in total, maybe 1 3/4 languages. If I lump in my Shangaan, my Afrikaans and my French, that is a quarter, and English, and that is my lot. How about you, Cedric, seeing as you asked? These buffalo are still coming. I've decided to just wait here on the cut line, if I'm honest. Okay, so Cedric's on 2 1/4 languages. That's okay. I do if I have guests. I have spent some time with Italian guests, and by the end of the trip I picked up a little bit of Italian, but I've forgotten it now. It gets harder to learn new languages as you get older. I think there must have been 300 buffalo in this group. I think we are coming to the end of them now. But I'm going to loiter. I've been loitering most of this afternoon, and I'm going to carry on. And I'm just going to cross my fingers that there are some lions trailing these buffalo. I've got a good view up and down the cut line here, especially in front. That's a beautiful view. Dark mane lover, yes they do. They will be able to, if not from a distance, I don't think they give off sort of a sick smell or anything, but from a distance, or if they are stalking a herd, I'm pretty sure they would be able to isolate injured individuals. They will be lagging behind. Maybe if one was bleeding heavily, they would be able to smell blood. And I know, I once heard, I don't know how true it is, so please don't quote me on it. I once heard that African wild dogs can detect irregular heartbeats in animals. If they're hunting, they will be able to tell if one of the animals has got an irregular heartbeat. I don't know how true that is, but to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me because these animals are incredibly clever. Okay, I'm now going to decide what to do. So these buffalo have now all crossed Buffalo's Hook cut line, or Gary, Buffalo's Hook cut line. Now, I need to decide. If I come off this cut line and take either Vubu or Galago's shortcut, if there are lions and they come through the middle, I'm going to miss them. And this would be right about the time lions would start to be moving. They won't necessarily trail them sort of, 200 meters behind. I've got some decisions to make. I think, which way is the wind blowing? The wind's blowing towards me, so if this herd is to my left, it would be in the favour of lions. I'm going to have massively bigged up this lion thing now and no one's going to appear. Ooh, I'm reversing straight into the sun. I think I'm going to carry on loitering here on the cut line for a while. I've got a great view up and down, and let's all cross our fingers.
We are in Impala Plains, and Impala Plains is really living up to its reputation this evening, as we roughly counted some 150 impalas that are scattered around this area. And the reason why they're in the open at the moment is because it's windy. And with the wind, they can't hear so successfully, and they also can't smell very successfully. Now, what we did find very interesting was a few moments ago, we actually had a spotted hyena that moved into this area. Now, that hyena used the sun from behind to actually obscure itself. But it didn't work. Although the wind was in its favor, the impalas actually did see it and immediately started snorting. And that's why it pays off to be in these open areas, although it's windy, and also although you are often exposed to wind chill factor, which can reduce your energy levels. But for now, let's watch our impalas and see what they get up to.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. Just heading back up Cheetah Cut Line, just still trying to figure out and search for any tracky tracks of Tlelamba or the little ones, or Marips or whoever. I'm really keen to see if we get something nice and fresh this side. I haven't seen anything coming across here. Onto Mamba Road, nothing this side. I'll take a look further, maybe towards Buffelshoek Dam. I think Buffelshoek Dam will be a good dam to go to. Oh, it looks like an elephant has pushed down a tree here. Over the road. Yeah, it has. It's just incredible the power elephants do have to actually pushing over trees. Just to get to like this, you know, the nice shoots and the younger shoots that's sitting right on top of the trees. So yeah, no, this one snapped. Wow. Wow. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at this tree that this elephant has snapped right here. Okay, but I can just see, I'll just stop here quickly and take a look. Oh, there's just a leopard tortoise tracks here. Well, it was not the leopard tortoise that pushed it over. Nah, I doubt it. Anyway, let's take a look here. Very interesting to see. I mean, the problem with the marula tree is the wood itself on the inside is very soft. So I think it's the marula tree is a very soft wood. And of course, once elephants ringbark a marula tree, so I think this tree was ringbarked last season. So of course now the bark is and the cambium layer is not there anymore. So it's, the wood itself, the trunk itself on the inside, is exposed to wood boring beetles. And wood boring beetles, of course, really bore a lot of little holes inside there to lay the eggs for the larvae and that. And it actually weakens it even more so. And you can see this is very much an old ring barking. So of course maybe an elephant came past here and they gave it a couple of shoves. Sorry, I think I actually hear the elephant. Gave it a couple of shoves and actually kind of broke the entire tree right down. Very interesting how it actually, and of course going for those lot of little branches, all those nice young branches on top, but I don't see any real damage. I don't see any footprints of elephants here at all. And you know, I think maybe what this is this big wind that we've had. Candace, good afternoon. Yes, ring barking does kill the trees. What happens is they actually take the cambium layer off, the layer that transports water and nutrients up to the leaves back and forth. So of course, if it's ring bark, meaning that cambium layer has been taken off right around the tree, there is no more transport system for that water and nutrients to get back and forth to the leaves. And you'll find usually the next season the tree will perish and will die. But I'm just saying here quickly again, I don't think this was an elephant. I think this was a wind, because I don't see any footprints of elephants here. I don't see anything that's been eaten off the tips of the branches itself. I think this tree was just very weak, and I think as you know, we've had a lot of wind now this afternoon. This is not too long ago. This is very fresh, and I think maybe a bit of a wind that's actually pushed it over. Anyway, interesting, very interesting. We have to come sometimes. Can't always blame elephants, can we? Not nice. But there are architects of the bush, definitely. I'm just taking a look here. I don't see any elephant tracks around here. Nothing. You would see definitely going back and forth. He'll be walking around here. If there was an elephant, he'll be walking back and forth here, you know, picking off all the nice young leaves and all that. But there's nothing. I think that's just they got pushed over by the wind. A very weak, a weak tree. I'm sure it's a vehicle in here. So just a lot of birds alarm calling here quickly. I just want to double check on what's happening here. Something definitely disturbed the Franklins there. You heard them. Cheek. And now they're doing an alarm call. There's a kudu coming here as well, and they're looking big. Okay, there's just a kudu coming this side now. If you hear them barking, then there is something, because the kudu will tell us for sure. So if you do hear a big bark now, let's listen out. Anyway, while we wait and listen out, let's head back to Kelly and see what she's got that side.
Kudu barks, always a good sign. I am, sorry birdie. There's a little crested Franklin here. I'm sorry I made you jump. We have just found out that there are more buffalo. So a big group has crossed out of Djuma over the cut line. But we've just had an update that there are more buffalo at Dam Camp. So I am going to make my way back there. I'm going to stop going on about lions because there is a massive chance they're not going to turn up or we're not going to find them. But I'm just going to place myself in the best possible position to do so. And then we will just have to leave it up to Lady Luck. This is a beautiful afternoon here. Yesterday and the day before were so hot. But this is a stunning, stunning afternoon. I'm just waiting to see if we are going to get rain tomorrow. Common changes at the dam in the winter. Firstly, we'll be able to see more. All the leaves and grass around the dam will go, it will disappear, so we'll have much better visibility. Secondly, it's probably gonna see even more activity. This dam here is crazy. We have had some stunning sightings there. Several times I've had an update from Dam Camera. We've come back, we've had lions, we've had leopards, we've got buffalo here right now, apparently. But it's going to get even more active until the water level drops. The water level will also start dropping. Sorry, Roland. So water levels will drop, foliage will dissipate, and I think we could see even more animals visiting. So lots and lots of changes will be happening. This grass is keeling over by the day now. The sun is just starting to peak below the horizon here. Let me roll back, Eddie. Why is this bird upset? Look at that sun. Absolutely gorgeous. I am in hearing distance of the dam now, so my stop here is also somewhat tactical. Stunning images of that golden crescent dropping below the horizon. I am going to scoot around to the dam where the dam cam is and send you back to see what he has on his open clearing.
At the moment we're watching a number of baboons as well as impalas, and these two species often will benefit from one another. And the way that they benefit is that baboons often sit quite high up. They've also got phenomenally good eyesight, and they're also very good with detecting potential predators such as leopard and lion. And they will very quickly alert the impala if there is any of these predators around. We also find that quite often impalas will also benefit by the baboons dropping pieces of food down onto the ground, as baboons tend to be very messy when it does come to eating. A few other things that we also sometimes find is that in the lambing season of impala, that the baboons also unfortunately will predate on them, and they will very quickly go for these young little lambs, as that they're easy targets and still flimsy on their feet and therefore easy to catch. These baboons will now start slowly moving towards one of the larger trees that we have around here, where they now will go and roost for the evening. And one of the things that we do find is that there's a group of males when it comes to baboons, and that group is literally referred to as ology, and they're a group of elite males that will run the whole group. There's not a single dominant male only, but it is also interesting is that your friendships with the other dominant males will determine your position. So you don't have to physically be the largest baboon in that group to be the most dominant. But those guys, they will have the most secure sleeping places, always have access to the best quality of food, as well as all females in estrus. However, they will allow sub-adult males to mate with females as long as they're not in estrus. And when it does come to the sleeping position, eventually we'll find that the lowest ranking individuals in that group will be the ones that are exposed to potential threats, such as leopard trying to catch them. And that's a perfect opportunity for leopard to take baboon, as at night time. Daytime, you don't want to do something as silly as trying to go into a big group of baboons, or rather go for a straggler or attempt to make a kill on them at night. Baboons can very quickly turn onto a leopard, and I've actually found where they've killed leopard cubs in the past, as well as mauled leopards in the past as well, with those massive canines that they have. And they've also got incredibly strong claws that they can use as defensive weapons too. Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're still on impala plains, watching a number of impalas as well as baboons interacting at the moment. There's a lot going on. There's several individuals trying to still fight for access for territories when it does come to the impalas. And we also have got a number of females that are just continuously feeding as well as grooming themselves. We're just going to watch our impalas and our baboons from here and just listen to all the different sounds of nature in the background. One of those calls is southern grey-headed sparrows, as well as a distant call of a crested francolin, which was busy calling.
Welcome back, still on Chillicut lines. I just left those kudus. I thought they were actually really looking at something seriously after those francolins were making an alarm call, but they decided to just become more relaxed. Of course, no alarm calling from the kudus itself. But it is getting now, I've got my jacket on, and it's getting now already chilly. It just shows you. I think tomorrow morning is going to be a chilly one. I think that's all going to really change. The weather is really changing now. It's going to be nice. Big jacket, beanies, gloves. It's on its way. It's on its way. Wee wee. All right, I think I'm going to shoot down a little bit on Central. Nothing that side. Yeah, I think I'm going to head a little bit down this side. Let me see what we can locate here. I'm very interested in those tracks that we had this morning of that male leopard coming up this side, because we didn't get anything for it. Oh, you know what? I came across there. It might even be because of those Kudu's alarm, or the Franklin alarm calling like that. Nothing, yeah. Let's see. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic afternoon with us, and so far it has. Definitely started. It started off with a bang, definitely a bang, and I'm glad to see old Temba with his little warthog kill. A nice good old dinner for him for tonight. I think he's going to be very happy. Yeah? As long as he's hoisted and as long as he doesn't lose that kill. I'm sure he'll eat that kill, most of it by tonight anyway. It's a young warthog, so not a piglet. I think it's just older than a piglet, so more of a sub-adult. Or between a sub-adult and a piglet. It's a juvenile. So let's say juvenile. And I'm also hoping that old Kelly, maybe she's lucky in picking up and finding some lions as well for everybody. Especially that those buffalo are hanging around. And Vuyatela's side, which is fantastic, or Djuma's side, which is fantastic. Tatum, if I could pick one sighting right now and what would make my day, I think there's one thing that I really enjoy. I don't know for why. It's just I love the interaction. Is when it's a male and female leopard mating, copulating. It's just the way the females instigate the whole thing, and how they flirt with the male and putting the tail over the male's head. And I love when I find mating leopards. I'm always in awe about that, because it is really a special sighting that. So definitely, Tatum, that's one of the things I'm really always looking out and trying to find. Maybe I am leopard crazy. I think well, anyway, I guess who's not? Who's not? We all are. And of course, yes, I've got smaller things. Maybe even like an aardvark. I think an aardvark would be also one of those real wow moments if I do see an aardvark. I think that's also a special sighting. Not many people. Slowly heading towards Buffelshoek Dam. I think we're going to just take a look what's happening that side. Hopefully we're lucky with maybe elephants or something like that. Will be fantastic. Well, it is a little bit cool for them now, so I don't think we'll be lucky on that side. I think they've already had their drink. Well, you never know.
So the last of these buffaloes has just made its way away from Djuma Dam. I did try and catch them wading through here. We had an elephant have a swim in here yesterday, but we just missed it. So I'm gonna pop back around to the other side. This herd did indeed split, but I do want to try and keep an eye on these open areas, just in case we do have any animals following these buffalo. Let's reverse through this dip. Why not? Julian! Woo! Reversing and answering questions at the same time. Would buffaloes be injured by other predators apart from lions? Not really. If a big leopard could get its claws on a little one, then absolutely 100%. Equally, I suppose hyenas would also hunt buffalo if there was one left behind, sick or injured. So hyenas also would hunt buffalo. So yeah, as a rule, you know, books say just lions are their main predators. But again, as always, Julian, it depends on the situation. Sick or injured animals, stragglers, hyenas would certainly have a try, especially if it was a big clan of hyenas. If there was a few clan members present, they would most certainly try. So I'm just watching this cat. This is actually a young male here. You just watch their body language, their behaviors. And I don't know if you noticed there, that was a young male that started walking towards us, and then soon as the big bull got close to the young male, he relaxed again. One of these buffaloes laid down. I wonder if they're going to spend the night here. This would be a great thing if this herd of buffalo chose to spend the night here. I've still got a nice gap. I'm looking through this open area. Although if lions were going to follow, they would probably skirt more around the edges. Okay, this big bull stood up again. Maybe we're not going to overnight here. Let's see if the rest of the herd is crossed up in front here. What a pleasure to spend the whole afternoon with these buffalo. I think they probably are part of the same herd, kind of maybe just split slightly. I think this second group's probably had a great idea to come for a quick drink and a dip at the dam before they carry on their way.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still with our baboons and impalas. We're just going to do a quiet segment and allow you to enjoy the sounds of nature and have a look at the different animals around us. Good evening, Liam, and welcome to the show. Generally, there won't alarm call for baboons, as baboons also benefit from them in several ways. And by having the baboons around with a very good eyesight and the ability to climb trees and sitting much higher than the impalas, they will actually prefer to have them about. And also what we find is that baboons often mess when they feed, and then they drop food down onto the ground, which the impala will then pick up. Well, for the moment, let's just watch our baboons as well as our impalas and just enjoy this last little bit of light and some of the sounds of birds that we might hear in the background. It's just amazing how it has started going very quiet now, seeing that the sun has gone down. And the only thing that we can hear is very soft sounds which the impalas produce. Good evening, Nate, and welcome to the show. Yes, they do. When they do rest, they will actually go and lie down. Well, we're going to start moving on now that we are losing light. But for now, let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
JP, I forgot I was supposed to find elephant dung. Okay, I'm going to look for some elephant dung and potentially impalas. My buffalo have crossed north, my second buffalo crossing of the day. And And I have seen absolutely no lion tracks. So I think I'm just going to scoot around past Galago Pan. And I think I'm pretty much going to hang around Voyatella Access Quarantine for the rest of the afternoon. And see if any lions turn up, if I'm honest. If I'm being completely honest with you. It's very much a case of just placing yourself in the most likely scenario and crossing your fingers, to be honest. I'm convinced there is lions here somewhere, but without any tracks or any alarm calls or any roars or anything else, it's pretty much a game of chance. See, now there's never any elephant poo when you need some. Oh, this breeze is lovely. Harriet. I've got no idea how Cedric did his leopard dance the other day, so I wouldn't really know where to start, to be honest. I suppose I could give it a go. Thanks for that suggestion, Odie. I don't really know how to start, Harriet. Harriet, are you really going to make me do this? I guess I've started now. See, climbing on bonnets on live TV isn't normally a good idea in my experience, but we can try. Oh, I'm too old for this now. My goodness. Harriet, this is your fault. How solid is this? I'm not sure this is solid. Don't turn the light on, Odie. My goodness, that makes it even worse. I don't know how a lion dance would go. I guess it's just like a type thing. Is that a lion dance? I've got no idea how Cedric did his... Oh, God. I can't see anything. How Cedric did his leopard dance. How funny would it be if some lions stand up? I don't think they're going to. But how about just a lion pose? I don't think this bonnet's very safe. See, now I've got to get off live as well. Didn't think of that, did I? Okay, let's try. I know that's gone horribly wrong for people before. So, Harriet, thanks for that. You can have that for posterity. Not really a dance, more interpretive dance. Woo! I do like to live dangerously. Right, now we need lions, right? And JP, no, you can't have me doing anything with elephant dung now. I haven't heard anything in my ear for a while. It's a bit late now to get tips from Cedric on lion dances because it's happened. I wonder who would have won that leopard lion dance off. Sending you over to Cedric.
Well, Kelly, I really applaud you. Absolutely fantastic. Well, you know what? I don't think I can give you any more tips. I think that is, you know, I don't think I can give you any tips in that. I think that is that's a new level there. But well, hopefully it worked for you, Kelly. I really do. Hopefully that dance of yours will bring in the lion luck. I always believe in those kind of dances. I think it's always you've got to, you know, it's like the rain dance. You know, why do the people say rain dance? You know, you've got to come in with a certain dance move or climbing on a bonnet or something and I think it's all mental. I think you feel to yourself that it's going to work. It's going to work. So maybe just hopefully you've got some accessories on you. maybe you can actually bring some accessories on. Maybe we'll put like a couple of quarry bushes. In Hawaii, you've got those funny little things. So get those quarry bushes on and jump onto the bonnet. Fantastic. Oh, that is just classic. Anyway, so I'm going up to Buffelshoek Dam. I'm just going to take a look around here quickly just to see if anything has popped in here. Maybe Kelly's lion dance has brought luck to me for maybe finding some lions around the dam area. I just stopped quickly, just listening out. There's still quite a breeze that's coming through.
She's asked for a link. Well, that was all good fun. It's getting a little bit dark now for too many dance-offs, because I can't think of anything worse than I would rather dance in the sun, in the natural light, in a nice open clearing. I think would be much more fun. Let's pop this spotlight on. It's going to give me slightly more chance of finding lions. Possibly more effective than lion dances. There's something in there, but it's an antelope. Sorry, little Dacre. I think it was the little Dacre's eyes I saw in there. Some Egyptian geese. Yes, this is going to be my tactic. I'm going to go around to quarantine and cross my fingers. Maybe that was a problem. Maybe if without the guarri bushes, that lion dance, or at least lion posturing, won't work. I'm gonna go and hang around on the access road quarantine. We know lions often use this access road to pass through the property, so we will cross our fingers. Definitely enjoying the idea of dance-offs though. I think it probably needs to be done. I think we're going to do dance-offs, so I think we need to think of a way of getting these camera operators involved as well. They think it's all well and good throwing these suggestions of dance on the bonnet to us, yet they never get subjected to it. So maybe in the morning we should think about, I'm not sure who's out in the morning actually. Maybe is it Odie? Are you in the morning? Oh, Odie said he's definitely not out in the morning. I still think it would be a fantastic idea for us to try to use these cameras and just show you how incredibly talented all of our camera operators here actually are. So maybe it's Craig and it might be Craig and Eckhart in the morning. Maybe we should give it some thought. Maybe a nice little swap over of duties, finished off with a dance. I've had no sign of eyes. I am keeping an eye on the roads as well. Terribly, I'm so glad. I'm really, really glad you are enjoying drives with us, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you joining us. This is such a nice temperature this evening. The last 2 nights have been so hot and sticky, but this breeze is stunning. I'm going to send you over to Craig and Cedric, just wondering if they can give us any thoughts or opinions on maybe a Camops naturalist swap, followed by a little dance-off tomorrow.
Kelly's asking for a lot of trouble here because, yeah, no, look, Craig has already said, oh yes, definitely, he's gonna, like you usually say, I've got my dancing shoes on. Well, he says he's gonna take his shoes off. He wants to do it barefoot, or barefoot Cully, as he calls himself. Apparently that was his nickname back in the day when he used to dance like no man's seen before. But yeah, well, I guess I'm a bit worried about challenging Craig. I think Craig is going to be the winner. But Kelly, you've asked for now. I think tomorrow morning we're all going to put our dancing shoes on, and we're definitely going to have a dance-off. So yes. Yeah, I think some of us have had a lot of experience back in our days with a good old dance club, ballroom dancing. Rock Candy Susie, good afternoon, evening. Oh, good. Yes, and a lion dance-off, or a lion dance, yeah, definitely. Well, Kelly's done a lion dance on the bonnet, but I think still, I believe that she needed the accessories. I believe that accessories are very important, as it is a symbol of how can I say, bringing something towards yourself and believing that is gonna. Oh no, it's not. Oh yes, it's a Mozambique spinning cobra. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Sorry guys, it's just a Mozambique spinning cobra that was on the road here. It's going across. Sorry. Don't see it now. Very quick. Wow. Almost made me do a dance-off right there. Jeez. I think definitely I would have been doing some tap dancing. Sorry about that, but yeah, it was a very quick one. But there was a Mozambique spitting cobra. You could just see the little speckles on the throat. A very venomous snake that we do have here. And it's very much like it's hemotoxic and neurotoxic together. So they're actually not very... they haven't really got the one toxins, but they also spit. That's why they call it a spitting cobra. Spit at least very accurately for about 2 meters, and very common around in these areas. Unfortunately, some of the people that stay in the bush and all that, many times you'll get the Mozambique spitting cobra coming into the place. But yeah, because I think the last bit of heat and all that, just doing the last bit of hunting, that's why it's actually our second snake for tonight. We have seen a puff adder as well, but that's just a brief visual. Yeah, there we go. Now, definitely, I'm going to be dancing in my sleep after I saw that. Fiona, good evening. That's thank you very much. Thanks for the comment. Yes, that snake did move away very quickly. I think that's a people's got it very. They misunderstand snakes, because snakes are very much they rather avoid human contact, so they will rather slither away very quickly than actually really defend, or not defend, but attack a person. The attacking is really when something is a snake is cornered, and then of course what disturb it while it's hibernating or something like that, then it's a problem. But other than that, if you leave them alone just like that, they'll rather avoid you. That's why we don't really see many snakes. There are plenty of snakes here, but we don't see many snakes around here, as they rather really want to avoid any of the human contact, and they don't want to have troubles. But anyway, yeah. I'm just trying to look for some eyes. Shreya, good evening. I'm glad it was. I'm glad I could share that to you, or share the first visuals of a spitting cobra for you. I'm glad it's your first one. I know you don't want to see too many of them, but some people are very afraid of snakes. I'm not too afraid. I actually love snakes. I think they're very, very cool. As I said, misunderstood. Shreya, I'm glad that you got to see your first Mozambique spitting cobra. I'm just looking around here, sometimes maybe a little bit an owl or some eyes or something, but I don't see anything at the moment. Always look at this time of the night to see if we can maybe even a nice old, what do you call those things, the chameleons. Sometimes, no, I don't see much this side. Still a lot of wind. The wind is really coming from behind, and a lot of dust in the air at the moment. Oh. My eyeballs are filled with that. I think I've got like mud pools in my eyes at the moment. Anyway, I'm just going to continue. Let's go through this dip. I'm going to maybe lose us here. Sorry if they get a break up and all that. Looking any eyes. That side.
I've just looped around the back of, what's that? Is that another little antelope? I think I see antelope is. Shame. This might be a little dacre or a steenbok. Let's see if we can find it in this IR rather. Yeah, it was just in there. His ears looked a bit small. I saw a white-tailed mongoose not far from here the other day. That was very cool. And now this grass is dropping back a bit. We're getting more and more visuals of these smaller things. Oh, I don't know where it's gone. It was just in the middle of where my light is there. I can't even see eyes now. Okay, well, it's ducked off, whatever it was. I've just had one slow cruise around Quarantine South, seeing if we can't pick up a nice big pride of lions walking across the open area of quarantine, but I haven't had any luck. But you have got to be in it to win it, as I always say. Leopard Queen, good question. Dead or alive? If it is alive, I've seen a cheetah in a tree. That made me feel really silly. I was sat with guests in an open area. There is one lone tree in this open area, and we're actually with three brothers. And we were talking about the differences between cheetah and leopard, and I said, oh no, cheetah, no, they don't climb trees. And this cheetah promptly stood up, walked over to this tree, and climbed it and jumped up into the fork of the tree, which made me feel ridiculous. So, as I always say, animals don't read the rule books. So I've seen a cheetah in a tree. I've seen a lion in a tree. That was not very elegant. Who else have I seen in a tree? Seen a couple of dead aardvarks in trees, unfortunately. I've seen leopards have put aardvarks up trees a couple of times. But yeah, probably cheetah is maybe the most embarrassing, because literally, as I said, no, cheetah don't climb trees. And it was probably not quite as high as this one in front. It wasn't like a massive marula tree, but it was certainly a good few meters off the ground. So yeah, that was embarrassing. Oh, we've got a huge group of impala here. Let's have a look at these impala. I don't want to shine on them, but there's a big group of impala over to the right here. Let me switch everything off. Oops. I love how these impala gather. Oh, it's going to be a difficult night for everyone tonight, I think. These impalas are going to be very nervous because of this insane wind. They're going to be grouped tight. See there, you often find them looking in different directions, but this wind is going to be swirling hard for these impalas, finding it really difficult to work out where any smells or concerns might be coming from. Oh, what an exciting afternoon. I don't think I've ever been able to spend that long following a herd of buffalo before. What a joy. I think I'm going to wait here with these impalas and watch what they do, how they behave. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Cedric to see if he's found any glowing eyes in the dark.
Welcome back. I'm slowly making my way towards Gowrie Pan. But yeah, animal that I least expected to see in a tree, dead or alive. Well, I think the animal that I least expected to see in a tree, dead or alive, was an aardvark. And that was all with the Tingana. That was many years ago as well. I think that was, 2015, 2016. Yeah, so... So I've seen one live aardvark, but I've also seen one dead aardvark, and that's the day I saw my first aardvark. Was the one that, of course, Tingana had killed. I didn't witness it, or nobody witnessed it. It was just up in the tree with Tingana, the male leopard, busy feeding on the aardvark. I wouldn't, as I say, I wouldn't expect that one in the tree. I wouldn't expect that one at all. But yeah, cheetahs as well. That's fantastic. Nice to see always cheetahs in the tree, especially over like the fallen over marulas or something like that. Really putting their scent marking on the trees. So yeah, like defecating on the trees itself. I don't see much here at Gary Dam. But wow, what a fantastic afternoon. I think it had been absolutely really amazing this afternoon. Yes, James, definitely I agree with you. I think with Kelly's, first of all, we have to start off with Kelly's lion dance. I think that's a classic. And of course, following that herd of buffalo for the afternoon, which is absolutely amazing. Nice to really spend some quality time with a big animal like that, or a big herd like that. And of course with JP as well in Pridelands, with all his fantastic stuff and his great knowledge on all the interesting things around there. And of course we will not forget, with Tsemba. Absolutely a surprise to all of us and surprise to me with his warthog kill. Of course he was on the scent of that little warthog from the word go when we found him, and he definitely got his prize at the end. Poor little warthog, but of course that's a circle of life and that's how things happen. And of course tortoise pan as well, right in the beginning of the drive, which was also fantastic. It was also nice to pick up on him, but he definitely gave us a slip very quickly, and he forced me into really thick stuff right in the beginning. Jasmine, thank you very much for joining us on our Sunset Safari this afternoon. Yes, it was a lot of fun, a lot of entertainment, and a lot of facts back and forth. And once again, we all thank everybody at home, work, or where everybody is. Just got to thank everybody for joining us today on our Sunset Safari. And thank you very much for all your comments, all your questions, your suggestions. And it really makes it worthwhile as well for us to have a nice little chat with everybody around here and on the live and interactive safaris that we do have. But yeah, as the sun has set and it seems like it's going to be a nice little bit of a windy evening, yeah, Djuma Private Game Reserve, I think definitely from the Wild Earth team, from far abroad and from here, we all say thank you very much and have a wonderful day, evening. Good night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.